Hello, everyone. Can everybody hear me?
Good morning.
Morning.
I turned my computer on really early this morning and got it set up. So if I had any trouble, I could do that before we were supposed to start the meeting, but we're good. We're all good. Colton, do you want to give me the thumbs up when we're ready to go? We're right at 9:15, so.
You should be good to go.
Okay, thanks for the help with that. I'm going to go ahead and start. I have a script that I need to read to start the meeting, so I'll go ahead and do that. And in this, as it says in the script, I need everyone to respond that they're here for the meeting. I did get notice about one person not being able, that needed to go off of the meeting at 10. So when that person responds, if they would tell us that they will not be able to be here after 10 o'clock, we can make notation of that. So I appreciate that. Hello, I am Patsy Zeller and serve as the president of the Kansas State Board of Nursing. I ask the members of the board to respond to a roll call to signify their presence at the open meeting by conference call. Carol Bragdon,
Present.
Juliana Resnick,
Present.
Gwendolyn Lloyd,
Present.
Rebecca Sander,
Present.
Mandy Carstetter,
Present.
Artie Goldsmith,
Present.
Andrea Watson,
Present.
Gita Noble,
Present, and I will be the one who needs to be dismissed at 10 a.m.
Okay, thank you for that notation. Jay Ramsdale,
Present.
Giovanni Gone, Giovanni. I see her on. She's having some trouble getting connected, it looks like. Giovanni, are you present today?
I am Patricia. I was having some technical difficulties.
No problem. Thanks for working through that. I also asked the following staff members and assistant attorney generals who are present to respond. Carol Moreland, executive administrator.
Here.
Adrian Guerrero, director of operations.
Here.
Linda Davies, practice specialist.
Here.
Janelle Martin, nursing education compliance officer.
Here.
Jill Simons, executive assistant.
Here.
Janet Arndt, assistant attorney general.
Here.
Will Shepnick, assistant attorney general. I don't think Will's on the call today, Zoom. Public comment allows individuals to address the board about their concerns, but the Kansas Open Meetings Act, which is known as KOMA, does not require the board to provide public comment or answer questions from individuals. As we will not know what comments an individual may make, we would want to provide notice to the public of our intent to discuss a particular matter so that the public may listen and observe our discussions. Public comment will not be taken today due to the concern, and because this is a meeting conducted by Zoom and YouTube, where the connection may be lost and the time for the meeting may not allow everyone who is present to comment. Because we are conducting the public meeting by Zoom and YouTube, I state for the record the following information. On August 27th, 2020, the board sent notice to the meeting for the board to all individuals who have requested notice of board meetings. The notice and agenda were posted on the board's website, ksbn.kansas.gov. The notice contains the link and information and password to connect to the Zoom meeting and the link to connect to the YouTube so that the public may attend this meeting free of charge. The notice also advises individuals to contact the board's office at 785-296-2967 if they experience a technical difficulty during this meeting. You may obtain a copy of the notice and agenda at the website or by sending an email to carolmoreland@ks.gov with the subject line request for the agenda, and the board staff will send it to you. Effective June 9th, 2020, House Bill 2016 ratified Governor Kelly's emergency declaration due to the COVID-19 pandemic and extended it through September 15th, 2020. On September 11th, 2020, the State Finance Council extended the emergency declaration to October 15th, 2020. However, the requirements of COMA were not suspended. We will be conducting this meeting pursuant of COMA and KAR 16-20-1 concerning compliance with the COMA during the emergency declaration. The only mediums for the interactive communication offered for this meeting are the connections by Zoom and YouTube. Each member of the board president, board staff shall state the person's name and title each time the person speaks or votes, as the case may be. Each participant to this meeting shall ensure microphones, phones, or other electronic devices are on mute when the participant is not speaking, excuse me. Each motion will be clearly stated before the board votes, and the president will announce the result of the final vote. And a statement or motion will clearly identify and authorize by delegation each member of the board or staff who will be permitted to sign any document on behalf of the board. The meeting is being recorded, and the recording shall be posted to the board's website. The board has the following items listed on the agenda: call to order, review of on-site packet, additions or revisions to the board's agenda, announcements, approval of minutes, consent item agenda, agency reports, committee reports, unfinished business, new business, executive session if needed, open forum if a presenter or scheduled agenda for December, open forum if a presenter is scheduled, and the agenda for the December 2020 meeting. And adjournment. As noted above, the board may take an executive session. If the board elects to exercise the option to go into executive session, the board will follow this process. First, the board must be in an open session before going into executive session. Then a motion will be made and seconded. The motion must contain statement of justification for closure and the subject or subjects to be discussed during the KS pursuant to KSA 75-4319 b, and the time and place the open meeting will resume. If a motion for executive session passes, the member of the board will return to the Zoom and YouTube meeting after the executive session. The public will be excluded from the portion of the meeting, as the executive session will be conducted by electronic means that will not be made available to the public. The open meeting will resume when the board members return to Zoom and YouTube. The complete motion for the executive session will be recorded in the minutes. The meeting is now called to order, and the board will begin the meeting with the next item on the agenda. Thanks for helping me with those details. I appreciate that. The next thing after we have called to order will be the review of an on-site packet.
Madam President, this is Carol Moreland at the, I'm sorry if there's some feedback. Jill and I are in the same room. I'm not sure. But anyway, what is in the on-site packet is the Executive Order 2046 that we will be discussing. And you can locate it on your iPads. We didn't have it on there until Monday morning, but if on your iPads, you just go to on-site and then you'll find the executive order there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Additions or revisions to the board agenda, are there any?
Madam President, there are some additions. There's the discussion for the December meeting as to whether it will be virtual, in person, and then the discussion about Executive Order 2064, and then guidelines for the nursing programs about temporary changes that they may have to make when they're not able to do clinical.
Was the other thing we needed to add, Carol Moreland, was delegate authority?
That's actually on the agenda. Appointment of agency head,
I see that.
all of those.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
So with those additions to the agenda, I'm not looking at my motions. Jill, do we need to have a motion to accept that agenda?
Yes, I'm sorry. The motion would read, I move to approve the agenda as amended.
Okay, so how this process will work today is that Jill will read the motions and then someone would say, I move, make that motion, and then someone would second. We're going to have Jill read those so it's easier to move the meeting along a little quicker than have them assigned like we did last meeting.
This is Rebecca Sander, board member. I move that I will accept that motion.
Thank you.
This is Carol Bragdon, board member, and I will second the motion.
Thank you. Any discussion? Then all in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Okay, that motion carries. Thank you for that. Carol Moreland, or any other group from the agency have any announcements that we need today?
No, Madam President, I don't know of any.
Okay. Next, we have on our list approval of minutes. June 17th, 2020. Did everyone have a chance to look at those? I'm just looking for approval of the minutes and if we have any clarification or changes we need to make there. Okay, not hearing any. Jill, I'll let you read the motion.
Okay. The motion will read, I move to approve the minutes from the June 17th, 2020 board meeting as written.
This is Mandy. I'll make that motion.
This is Rebecca Sander, board member. I'll second that.
Thank you. I have a motion, a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Looks like the motion carries. The next minutes that we have was July 10th of 2020. Jill, I'll let you read that motion also.
Okay. The motion reads, I move to approve the minutes from the July 10th, 2020 board meeting as written.
This is Carol Bragdon, board member, and I accept that motion.
This is
This
Jade
is-
Ramsdell, board member, and I second that motion.
Thank you for that. A motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Okay, that motion carries. Thank you for that. The next piece we have is Carol Moreland, will you help me out with this with an executive session?
Sure. We do need to have an executive session with the board members and Jan Art, our legal counsel from the Attorney General's office, so that we can talk, she can give us answer some legal things about Executive Order 2064. And to make best use of her time, we're going to do that now. And so Jill has a motion. You just need to decide how long you want to be in so that we know what time we have to come back to open meeting.
And for the new members, you received a special number with an access code that you will need that we only have for the members of the board. And you will, as soon as we decide the time, then you will call that number separate from the Zoom. So you can mute the Zoom and step away from that, leave it running so we can come back to that after the minutes. Is that correct, Carol?
That's correct, yeah. Colton and Adrian will stop the video and the microphones.
So what do you think about time frame?
Jan, do you have any idea what kind of time, maybe?
Well, we've got some new members, so they may have some questions, maybe 20 minutes, do you think?
Yeah, probably.
Okay,
So do you-
so
Yeah.
I have 9:30, so that'd be about 9:50 when you would resume, is that right?
Yep,
Yeah, let me get it, my volume. Okay, the motion reads pursuant to subsection small b 2 of KSA 75-4319, I move that the board recess into executive session for 20 minutes and reconvene the open meeting at 9:50 a.m. by Zoom and YouTube as stated in the notice of the meeting that was sent to individuals who requested the notice and is published on the board's website at www.ksbn.kansas.gov. The subject to be discussed in the executive session concerns Executive Order 20-64. The justification is consultant with the board's legal counsel, Assistant Attorney General Janet Art, that would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship. The board's executive administrator, Carol Moreland, is included as the client.
This is Juliana Reshik, board member. I would make that motion.
This is Mandy. I'll second.
So I have a motion and a second. Do I have any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries. Okay, I guess we'll go to our phone call now.
Okay, let me shut that off.
Okay, Colton, once again, I'll let you give us the heads up when we're ready to go again. Okay, it looks like he's got thumbs up. We're ready to go. So 10:50, we're going to resume again to our regular meeting. And Kara Moreland, do we want to make a motion here, or do we move on to the rest of the agenda right now?
You may want to do a roll call vote either on your motion. You need to do it after executive session.
Okay.
And then it's kind of to make sure there's a majority, you can do a roll call vote, but we just need to make sure that we've got a majority of everyone online before we get any motions going.
Okay, so I'll read through the roster again, and if you just say present. Carol Bragdon,
Here,
Juliana,
Here.
Gwen,
Here.
Rebecca,
Present.
Mandy,
Here,
Adri.
Here.
Sorry, it's probably Audrey. I'm sorry.
No, it's
Andrea.
Adri.
Okay, Andrea,
here,
Gita,
Here.
Jade,
Present.
Giovanni.
Here.
Looks like we have full roster there, so. Do we need to make a motion about the executive session about our content about the renewal?
Would you like me to perhaps kind of get you a proposed language for that? Would that help?
That would help, yes.
Okay, is there a board member who would like to make a motion to extend the renewal deadline for all licenses issued by the board to October 15th, 2020 pursuant to Executive Order number 2064?
this is Mandy. I'll make that motion.
This is Gwen and I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. That motion carries. Jan, if we're concerned about making, delegating authority to make other decisions down the road, do we need other verbiage for that also?
Yeah, you'll need another motion that would pass. So is there, I guess, any board members who want to volunteer to do that?
I could help with that.
This
I'm
is
sorry,
Gwen and I.
it would mean calling another open meeting, so just someone who around that expiration date. One time you didn't really get any notice, but like one day, and then this present one, you had kind of about a week notice, but people who would be available right around October 15th to address the issue.
So this is Patsy Zeller. I would volunteer to take care of that for the board.
Okay, you want just a one person or anyone else? Just, I'm seeing heads nod. Okay, so is there a motion by a board member then to delegate to Patsy Zeller the authority of the board to extend other deadlines for all the licenses issued by the board pursuant to any further extensions by an executive order of the governor?
This is Carol
This is
Bragdon.
Julie.
I will so move.
This is Juliana and I will second.
So motion and a second. Any other discussion? I don't hear any discussion, so all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. And I guess do I need to abstain? I don't know.
Not necessarily, but you've got a majority the way it is, it sounded like.
Okay. So that motion carries, so we'll take care of that. Yes, Adrian, you need something?
Me?
For some reason, Adrian, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry.
There you go.
Sorry, Madam President, thank you. As a point of clarification, is that the 3 months that we're currently covered, or will that cover past the executive order? So
I guess I'm not understanding.
so will it be the ones that were going to expire tonight? And that's the only ones it would cover?
Well, the executive order incorporated 2039 in it, and the language is any license that expires during the emergency declaration. So it would cover any license that's going to expire up to October 15th.
Okay. And I ask because time is of the essence. We have to do this
Yeah,
today.
you got to get it on your webpage.
so I just want to make sure that I'm understanding clearly. Thank you.
Contact me and we can work with the language that follows the executive order.
Anything else, Carol Moreland?
Yes, I just have a question for Jan. Do you happen to have these two motions written up that you just read?
No, I just did it off the top of my
Because
head.
Jill and I are trying very much to write as fast as you talked, but I'm not sure we got everything. So I just thought maybe you had them.
I can send it to you in an email, what I said.
Thank you. That would be greatly appreciated.
Thanks, Jan, for your help. We appreciate it.
Sure. Anything else?
Carol, Adrian, is that it?
I don't have any more questions. So.
And then
Yeah, I think I've got it. Thank you.
Okay. And then did
Okay.
you have anything else, Carol, that you wanted me to stay for?
I think we were good, weren't we, Carol?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Thanks,
All
Jan.
right then. Thank you. Good to see y'all.
Okay, bye. So I'm going to move right into agency reports, and that starts with the executive administrator report. So that's Carol.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for the new board members, all of the staff reports, you can access them on your iPad if you haven't or you want to follow along. But you just go to staff reports and click on that and you'll see the ones that you're going to hear today. I'm just trying to make sure that you know where you can follow us if you want to. Okay, you do have my executive administrator report in there, so I'm not going to go through all of it. I always start with NCSBN upcoming meetings. NCSBN, National Council of State Boards of Nursing, is a national organization that all the boards of nursing belong to. And they're very, very beneficial to us in numerous ways. But one of them is they have a lot of very good meetings. And they also help with the finance of us attending some of these meetings. So I always like to just post in my executive administrator report the meetings that are coming up. Now, most of the meetings have been changed to virtual, I believe, for the rest of this year. And they're kind of reevaluating, you know, next year. We're hoping to be able at least to do mid-year face-to-face in Seattle, Washington, but I'm not sure now would be the time to go to Seattle, Washington. But anyway, hopefully it will be better in March. So that's just there. As far as our agency response to COVID, you know, I just have to say that the agency staff, I think, has done a wonderful, wonderful job during this whole pandemic. You know, we asked them within a very short notice to almost totally change how they work. And that is, you know, we were notified, just kind of a little bit of a history for the new ones. We were notified maybe on a Wednesday, Thursday that our agency was going to close down on Friday. And we had to identify what critical responsibilities that we had to keep going for 2 weeks because all the staff was going to be taken out of the agency. So we had to be able to do those critical responsibilities remotely. The good thing for us is we had some leadership staff who already had the ability to work remotely. So it was fairly easy to get them remotely. Everybody else, we put on administrative leave for 2 weeks. And then we were notified every 2 weeks what was going to happen for the next 2 weeks. So it was a constant changing thing. After 2 weeks, we were able to bring most of the staff back. The majority of them came back and teleworked. We, as an agency, we haven't, all the divisions are not where they need to be with electronic stuff as far as information. So that was a problem because to work remotely, they have to have the information electronically. We can't let records go outside of the agency, paper records and stuff like that. So we had some work to do there within a short period of time. My priorities when I started in March are the very same as they are now, and that is to keep the employees safe and decrease their chance of exposure in the workplace, that all the employees keep their jobs in a very uncertain time, and that we keep the functions of the agency continuing during the pandemic. I think we've done a very good job of that. Right now, presently, about 70% of our employees are teleworking effectively, and they will continue to telework effectively until we're notified that we have to bring them back. You know, I've been very surprised at how well it's went, but it's went well. You know, the staff has been so flexible and so wonderful about stepping up to the plate. We've challenged them to think of everything they do and what do we need to change to make it work better for them to work from home. They've been very, very good about coming up with ideas. And so they didn't come to us just say this is a problem. They came to us and said this is a problem. However, this is a solution that I see. And that's really appreciated. We made a lot of changes within the agency for safety because we still have some employees who do work in the agency. We have a very vital core of staff that work in the agency that we have to have in the agency to make teleworking work, you know, whether they're scanning documents when it comes in so that the document is electronic for someone. But we do have to have some still in the agency. But what we wanted to make sure, the ones in the agency, is that they were as safe as possible. So we relocated some of them that were in cubicles and stuff like that were very close. We were able to spread them out. That's another reason that we're not going to bring everybody back because we have 27 FTEs. And when we get everybody in there, we have a lot of people in there in a small area. We did install a video intercom at our front door so that to get into the agency, the door is locked. You just have to press a button and state why you're there, and the door can be unlocked. Otherwise, it was not uncommon that we had a lobby full of people a lot. And we did not want that because we have a small lobby. So we have to do social distancing in everything that we do. So that's one reason we wanted some control over who gets into the agency. We put a drop box outside of our door. If somebody's just dropping off documents for us, it's a secure drop box. They can put it in there. They don't even have to go in the agency. Everyone coming into the agency has to have a mask on. We do appointments if there's somebody who wants to come in. We no longer perform fingerprints in our agency. There was no way to social distance without doing construction in our agency, and our machines were old. So we just decided at that point in time, we were not going to do fingerprints anymore for the protection of our staff. One thing that happened during the pandemic, right at the very beginning, is most of the agencies that perform fingerprints kind of shut down. And we had all these applicants who wanted licenses. We can't license anybody without fingerprints that lead to a criminal background report. We just can't. And so there was a lot of frustration there, but Adrienne worked with the law enforcement agencies throughout the state to get some that were willing to do it for the nursing applicants. And then KBI did open back up and they do it now. So I think it's flowing fairly well. You know, I think pretty well, but again, I can't say enough kudos to the staff. You know, it's hard to run an agency when you don't even get mail delivered for 9 weeks. And that's what we were dealing with. There was no mail delivered to us. There was no mail picked up. So we had a couple of staff that stepped up to the plate and said, we'll go out to the post office. We'll take turns. We'll make sure that the mail gets here and that the mail gets back out. And it's just stuff like that that we had to deal with on a daily basis to try to figure out, because the Landon building was actually closed down to the public for, I believe, close to 9 weeks before it opened back up. So it was different, but I think it's going very well. and things have kind of settled. You know, it kind of happened in the time that we were at high graduates asking for licensure also. And another thing that we had to deal with is the NCLEX testing sites. Pearson VUE closed them down for protection, which I think we probably all could understand at the very beginning. There was so much uncertainty. But I have to give kudos to National Council. They really got on it and they worked and tried to get them back open. You know, they have to deal with restrictions in every state. In Kansas, they have to deal with restrictions in counties where they're located. And they have done a great job at trying to get them all back open and doing well within the nation. So, you know, there was a time where they had to wait, the applicants had to wait just a little bit longer to take their NCLEX. But that was truly, I think, out of anyone's control during a pandemic. But National Council did a great job of getting those testing sites back up as fast as they could and get them up to as many numbers as they could based on restrictions. And you heard about the executive order. You know, there were executive orders coming probably almost every day at the beginning that we had to keep up with. And so the one that we're dealing with right now pretty much is Executive Order 2064 that talks about extending the license expiration. But I think most of the nurses are going ahead and renewing just because they don't want to have to watch a date to know when they have to renew by. The next thing is the budget. I just submitted the budget for fiscal year 21, which is what we're in right now, fiscal year 22 and 23. We didn't ask for any changes to our appropriation for this year. And so that hopefully will go through fine. We did ask for an increase for fiscal year 22 because we want to implement the enforcement module of our licensing software, and that will help the investigative and the discipline divisions in our agency to have much more concise documentation, be able to get data and all of that. That's something that they really, really need, and they're ready for it. So we put that in fiscal year 22. We also put in fiscal year 22 enough money to replace our equipment on our data center. That basically runs our agency. And we want to make sure it stays running and it's supported and everything like that. We don't want to be an agency all of a sudden that our infrastructure no longer works. That would be a nightmare. And so we want to stay current on that. And I just wanted to share with you, because if you don't know much about the state budget, it's a performance-based budget. And that means that we have performance indicators that we have to measure and we have to report back to the legislature every year. And so that is part of what we've done, but we also have to develop agency goals for fiscal year. So I just wanted to share with you the agency goals for fiscal year 2021 so that you're kind of aware. We're gonna monitor the fiscal impact with the implementation of the Nurse Licensure Compact and the increase in the fee fund transfer for KTRACs. You know, when we joined the Nurse Licensure Compact, we've just finished the first year and our licenses are renewed every 2 years. So we projected as good as we can what to expect. You know, we had a pandemic hit, so we had a lot more license applications because of that. But we are continuing to watch. We did, the board raised the licensure fees when we implemented the compact, and that certainly helped to keep our fee fund up, definitely, so that we can have the money that we need to, because we're a fee-funded agency, so we get no support from the state general fund. Number 2 is we're going to explore the option of pay ranges for positions within the agency to aid in recruiting and retaining competent staff. What that means is right now, if we hire someone into our agency and they may be coming into a position that we also have other employees in that maybe have been here for 5 years. Okay, the state system, the person being hired into that will make the same amount of money as the person that's been there for maybe 5 years. Now, some of the agencies have developed pay ranges for positions, such as we could start somebody in that position at maybe a lower salary, but then after they've been here for a year or two, they get much more experience, they're very competent, then we can increase their pay some. Right now in the state system, we can't give pay raises unless the legislature approves it, you know, and that doesn't happen very often. So we saw this as a way to perhaps help in recruiting and retaining. Develop succession plans for key board members and agency staff. What that means is when there's board members that go off, their terms are over, we have something in place so that when someone else comes in, you know, it's easy for them to learn it, understand what they're doing. Maybe, you know, maybe we have someone who's an officer and their term is up and they leave. And so we got to be able to get someone else into that position. Same thing with the key staff in our agency. So we want to put together some succession plans for that. Number 4 is to evaluate processes for identification, assessment, and resolution of complaints received in the agency. Make needed changes to improve the consistency and the efficiency of complaint management. Linda's doing a great job working on that. And so I have no doubt that we will meet that agency goal. Number 5 is research and adopt electronic storage for the agency records, and then update the agency record retention schedule as necessary. Right now we have in a building not too far from our building, we rent 2 rooms in the basement that are clear full of investigative files. And I do mean clear full. They're in boxes from the floor to the ceiling. And so we took to investigative committee a change that we wanted to make in our record retention, and it was approved in committee, and I'm sure that Becky's going to bring it when she reports back. So that would allow us to get rid of some of those records, and we never go back. I mean, some of them are from 1980s probably. And then number 6, revise and update regulations regarding the undergraduate nursing education programs. I am going to get that accomplished in fiscal year 21. That's been in the process for a while, but it is going to be accomplished. So I just wanted to share that with you. I kind of talked about also, you know, some meetings that I attended. You know, we were not able to go to Chicago in August for the annual meeting for National Council, which is a business meeting where all the boards of nursing have voting delegates that they come. But there's also a meeting the day before that for the Nurse Licensure Compact commissioners. Every state that's part of the Nurse Licensure Compact has a commissioner. It's usually the executive officer. So I am the commissioner for Kansas, and we go and we meet and we do our business. And I have some proposed rules and stuff that passed in there. I'm not going to go through all of those, but if you want to read through them and if you have questions or something, let me know. But the good thing is more are getting legislation so that they can join the compact. I think probably up to 34 or 35 that have passed legislation, but there's a lot of other states where it's being introduced, because what we're hoping to get is up to 50 states. Of course, that would be great. And then we had the virtual annual delegate assembly, and I got some highlights in there. I think that the biggest thing that I saw was the APRN compact language was approved. And so if we ever get to the point in Kansas where we can join the APRN compact, this language that it talks about here, you know, we're going to have to stop and think about indefinitely like that, because it would be very similar to the Nurse Licensure Compact, except it would be for APRNs. And so it would help a lot with telehealth and all of those things that we've seen that have really taken off because of the pandemic. But we definitely have some work to do in Kansas before we will get to that point. And then just some agency updates. The best thing is we have all of our board member positions filled. Thank you all very, very much for being board members. And then I also included in here board member terms, because I'm always trying to think ahead a little bit. And so as a board, I just kind of want you to be aware of the board members whose terms end the end of next June. That would be Carol Bragdon, because she's in her 2nd term. You can only have 2 terms, and then you can't be reappointed for a 3rd term. So she will actually be going off the board June 30th of 2021. And Juliana is in her 1st term. Now that ends again the next June. She would have the option to ask for reappointment if that's something that she's interested in. And then Mandy also goes off the end of next June, but she's in her first term. So again, she could apply to the governor's office for reappointment if that's something that she's interested in. So just kind of wanted to let you know about those. Agency vacancies. I think the good news here is I understand there's at least a couple of applicants for the Assistant Attorney General position that we have. And so the Attorney General's office is trying to find time that everybody on the interview team can get together. So hopefully that will take place soon, but we still have a few open positions. We did board member orientation. I think that's pretty much all I have there. Now there's one question that has been posed, and I just maybe wanted to kind of cover that now. There was some question about the undergraduate regulations, the revisions that we're trying to get through. There was some questions, I guess, about the simulation. And what we have in here is simulation experiences shall constitute no more than 50% of the total hours for the clinical course. Okay, so it's each course. So hopefully that clarifies some of the questions that I guess were posed yesterday. So I just wanted to go over that. So if you have any questions for me, otherwise I think I'm done with my report.
Okay, thanks, Carol, for that. Now we are going to move to staff reports, and Janelle, would you like to give your report for your department?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. For the Education Department, some things that have happened. This is kind of a busy time of year. We've had 5 new administrators appointed either as an interim or new for schools. So that's always a big job when we have new folks. We missed 4 site visits in April due to COVID. We had to cancel those. I was able to do one later this summer. We did it with social distancing and masks and Zoom meetings, and it went very well. But we were able to accomplish that. We have the other 3 that were canceled, rescheduled for this fall. We're currently planning to do those on site. We are keeping track of what's going on in the zones and with the schools where they're planned. If anything comes up, we will hope. We're looking at something on the agenda today to hopefully allow for some virtual visit to at least keep some of that moving forward in some regard during this time. Some of the projects that have been, or activities have primarily, I think, been due to COVID. We do have a couple of things that with the move, I have been teleworking. One of the big things that I do is the faculty qualification reports. And we had been trying to move to an electronic process for that even prior to this, but this really sped up the process. And with some help from RAT and from Chelsea and the processes that were already in place, we were able to figure something out, and our new process is in place. We've had over 100 submitted in the last 2 months, and it seems to be going fairly well. We have some glitches that we're working on, but everybody's been very, very patient with that, and for the most part, the feedback I've gotten is they're very pleased with the process and the way the electronic process works. And that also helps a lot, like Carol was saying earlier, with not having to scan, not having to save, and they have the electronic, and they have the option to print out the approvals and put them in files or keep them in electronic files, which for them I think has been very, very helpful. With that in mind too, we have a couple of other processes for education with our curriculum change, especially with our minor curriculum change, which I manage most of that. So we're working on trying to get to that to an electronic process as well. And the other thing I'm working on electronically is our petition process. I've had and probably COVID may have something to do with it, but I'm not sure if that's all of it. But petitioners and those looking to do refresher courses, I've had a lot of increased call, and I've done a lot more work with South Dakota State University, who is one of our approved providers for refresher courses, because of people wanting to get their licenses back in that have lapsed more than 5 years. So that's been, they've made some adjustments because of COVID as well. So we had to kind of work on whether the changes in clinical and theory work were going to work for us. And they've been very good about working with us and keeping to our standards. So that's a really good thing. The other thing that's kind of been on an uptick is that on July 1st, the Department of Education, the U.S. Department of Education had a regulation that went into effect that requires all nursing programs to be able to tell students if their curriculums meet licensure requirements in other states. This has really been a big deal. A lot of schools haven't been very aware of it. I've been getting requests probably into the hundreds now. I've already been working with them from a distance education perspective, but this regulation is for all programs. So whether they're distance learning, whether they have hybrid, or whether they're an on-ground program, they've said, the Department of Education has said it's the responsibility of the school to be able to tell the student if it meets, and they have, so that means they have to look into the regulations for each state. So what the requests we get are all these other schools that are requesting of Kansas whether their programs meet the requirements. NCSBN has done a really nice job of trying to get in there and help us out. They have put something on their website where they have asked each of the boards, the regulatory boards, to contribute or to put something in writing that tells, so if somebody goes to that website, they can click on Kansas and they can see the document that we worked on here and sent to them that basically tells them for undergraduate education, here are the things that need to be met for your program to be approved here. That doesn't mean we approve it, but it gives them the parameters and they should be able to then figure out for their students if they meet Kansas requirements. So every state is being required to do that. So we're also working on something. I just kind of yesterday, some things came up, or 2 days ago with some of the meetings we had with administrators, we'll try to help them, going to work to try to help our Kansas programs figure out how they might be able to do that a little more easily instead of each administrator having to do everything from scratch. No reason to reinvent the wheel if we can help get that wheel built. I think that one of the biggest things for this quarter was the annual report. We got I got 70 annual reports in. Thank you for everybody who got them in on time, but it's always a process. Even though we have them submitted electronically, all that information has to be extracted by hand for all of those, and also to do some review of the programs and the things that they submit. So that was kind of a big data extraction process, and the annual report then was reported to the Education Committee yesterday and will be on the agenda today. I think the last thing I would say is that this has been a huge, I don't know the word I want, for our nursing programs. Our program administrators and our faculty have really been working. You know, we talk about the response we've had to have to this and Carol's appreciation for the staff, which we appreciate hearing. But I would say the same of our program administrators. I've worked with a lot of them over the summer to try to figure out what they want to do for fall and spring. They've been very good about submitting to us what they are doing and how they're doing it. It sounds like for the most part from the responses I've gotten that most I haven't heard of any program that is not moving forward for this, admitting this fall. Some have maybe backed off their numbers just a little bit, or maybe they've not had as many. There are people deciding maybe not to go to school this fall. So some of that has had an impact, but I haven't heard that it's been a huge impact at this point. So we'll see as that moves forward. Most programs are keeping some kind of hybrid methodology in their teaching. A lot of them are trying to come back to campus, but they are providing alternatives for those who either have quarantined or feel uncomfortable being in the space. But at some point, clinical becomes an issue too. So many of them are in continual contact with their clinical sites to try to make sure that they have a space. And many of them have moved their clinical hours forward in their programs to try to get as much of their clinical hours done since they have it now, since we don't know what the next months will bring. So they've had to be very flexible in those changes, and the Board of Nursing, I feel like, has been very responsive to them. And I think the executive committee, when we've had questions that have come up, and those have been answered very, very quickly and been very responsive. So I think that's all I would like to say. Thank you.
Thanks for those comments, Janelle. And I've got a couple things that'll tag in with that with the Education Committee when I do reports. So we'll ask for other questions. Any questions for Janelle about her report? Okay, Linda, I guess you're up next. Linda, we're having trouble hearing you. There you
Am
go.
I muted now? Okay. Thank you, Madam President, and welcome to all new board members, as well as to existing board members. Glad to see you again. You have my report, and in reviewing my report, I will first mention that the investigative division has been looking really hard at our internal procedures, specifically regarding data that has either been collected in the past or generated for other purposes, like for the budget for Carol and for annual reporting. We are striving to align the data with its original intent, if it's known, and then to be able to facilitate some changes. As you see for these months, April, May, and June represent the beginning of the pandemic, as Carol indicated, and the request to work telework. Carol has also said that her primary goal was to keep the staff safe, and she's held firm to that philosophy. So beginning in April, half of the staff began working remote. And as you can imagine, multiple barriers surfaced. Prior to April, the investigative division, as Carol indicated, with the Mills building and the 2 rooms of investigative files, we were completely managing a paper case file. There was not much that was even in an electronic format. We had templates of letters, but we would print them out and put them in a paper case file. So when we went remote, we had to move everything electronic also at the same time. Not easily done. Furthermore, a system software program that could include the enforcement section and is going to be in the next budget has not been made available prior to this next budget. So there are also fiscal, operational, and logistical issues to consider before even purchasing such a program. And other state boards of nursing were consulted as to how they work electronically, and the system was always referenced. So I feel confident that once we can purchase this system, it might even help us be more efficient electronically. Another barrier was the system hardware. As was mentioned, we refurbished equipment to allow for remote work. And then so only so many pieces were available, and so only so many people could go remote. Remote working is reliant upon our staff in-house. Our in-house staff is phenomenal, and they are sorely, sorely needed. Finally, the phone system for the state of Kansas was also an identified barrier because of the way it was set up to be able to work remote. And we had some issues initially. As you can imagine, we had struggles and we had successes. One of our successes was that we were able to interview over Zoom and hire 2 more investigators during this time. And both started in May, and training was able to occur. And they are both still with us and doing well. We did not lose them throughout this whole process. The struggle that we identified concerned requiring the remote investigator to come into the office 1 day a week to attend to the paper issues. Their phones were at home, so it gave a barrier to being able to be fully productive while in the office that 1 day a week. All of these struggles, throughout all of this, it was decided to, the struggles were paramount, and it was decided to bring all the investigators back to the agency in June. So they had been out in April and May, and they came back in June. And I think it was a good time for them to be able to come back, honestly, because what I've seen since now we've gone back out starting in mid-July is that they were able to kind of like relook at processes. We went fast and hard getting them out the door because our goal was to keep them safe. And the land and building was shut down, and we had to rearrange how we got mail, how we were getting information from, for our phone calls to emails to, it was a crazy, crazy time to kind of have to try to figure out. But through all of that, we reestablished having our weekly team meetings. And as you all can attest, communication always helps any struggle. And we looked at barriers and attempted to find short-term solutions. I challenged the investigators that, yes, I know the phone system is a problem. It's beyond us to fix it. So what are some extra solutions that we can look forward to? Recall that we were paper and versus electronic, and that was a huge barrier. It still is, but we're getting there. So staff began to really focus in on solutions and are now almost forward thinking. They're coming up with ways to find those short-term solutions. And I'm going to give you an example. We had 3 pieces of paper to track several different steps in processing a case. One of those pieces of paper that was always being documented on was for a program that we never even had access to anymore. So we couldn't even get the data from it if we tried. So we took the data that was relevant and combined it with 2 other pieces of paper that they were tracking data manually with and combined it into one. And then the team went forward and said, okay, let's not just make it a paper form. Let's make it to where we can all like have an interactive PDF fillable format to where we can all access it on our drive. So therefore, if I need to look at something, I get an email from a staff person that says, hey, Linda, I put something in your folder. Can you look at this? And I go in and do my part. It saves it and it goes back to who it needs to go to. So we've really kind of looked at our procedures and tried to make workarounds to be able to work better. And then we also have removed our dependence on paper, which is huge. We're also working with IT to perhaps get our complaints that come in via paper to see if these can't be an online submission. So IT, with all of their projects they've got going, we're on the burner. We're not probably one of the front ones, that's fine, but they know we exist. We then identified to work remote, an investigator had to demonstrate that they could actually manage an electronic case file. So prior to them returning to the land of remote status, they had to prepare their open cases to be scanned and saved electronically, and then prove that they could work an electronic case. And I think Monday's electronic means of doing quasi-judicial, what I heard from the investigators was that they were able to pull up things on the spot to be able to report when they were asked a question by the investigative committee if there was a question regarding a case. And I think that helped them feel like what they're trying to do is actually beneficial in the long term. The second deployment of staff to remote status began, like I said, in mid-July. And to not overwhelm IT, we went 1 staff person per week, so that by the end of August, we were back to having 50% of the investigative staff remote. Nothing really much changed as far as hardware and software of systems, but we still managed to create and having our weekly team meetings via Zoom. The challenges the changes that we did note that we did not require that investigator who was coming in 1 day a week to deal with paper, we did not require them to come back. We established quality performance checks and are still doing this into the procedure so that wherever you're at, outside or inside, you can rely on the process and trust the accuracy of the data that you're given. And so we're still fine tuning a lot of things because it's, been 4 months, 5 months. So I don't by any means say that we're completely done with this. The biggest change I think I saw was that the staff's attitude to look at internal procedures, in spite of the limitations that they identified, to then find workable solutions. They were starting to understand the limitations, but yet they were starting to also accept the challenge to find an effective and efficient change in process. And for that, I'm hugely thankful. And I have a great team to work with. They challenge me every day. As you can see from our numbers, April, May, and June, from comparison to 2019, we opened 570 cases. So April, May, and June, when we were going remote, trying to figure out how to work things, we did about half of that. So knowing the challenges with the pandemic, I expected that. And also with knowing that we were doing paper versus electronic. From these 236, we look at these open cases to identify cases that are significant investigations. So specifically those that are related to impairment and abuse. And these types of complaints now, with the way that we're documenting and logging our complaint processing, we're able to identify which ones are coming in that we would consider our impairment and abuse. So about 10% of the cases we received during this time frame would rise to that level of status. As you can see for number 3 with the case status, we have still some cases from 2017. And I draw your attention to that specifically because those are open cases. Those nurses are still under investigation, but yet they renewed their license in 2019 without having a disciplinary decision rendered by the investigative committee. So I feel like one of the reasons for this is one, we had staff turnover. So Carol's addressing salaries. Another is like an efficient process. So we're addressing the enforcement section, but we had to then reassign these cases to another investigator who then had to get up to speed on that case and find out where it was left off and where to proceed from there. So that's one of the reasons that the 2017 cases are still currently opened. I would like to see us be timelier in our presentation of cases and be within that 2-year window, if not sooner. I've been on several different disciplinary conference calls. I've looked at NCSBN's websites for templates. I've talked to other state boards of nursing for procedures. We share shamelessly. We don't, if there's something that somebody else is doing and we think we could possibly look at it, we're trying to do that. We're not trying to reinvent a wheel, just like Janelle even indicated. Especially now that we've joined the Nurse Licensure Compact last July, and just being over 1 year, we've got nurses with a multi-state license that are practicing, and we have to also share information, between party states, even during an investigation. So it's important that we are timely in our investigation. So that's what I think those charts up there indicate to me. Administrative fines for the unlicensed practice, there were still some people who had already signed the contract and paid their fees in this time frame because they were disciplined prior to, and so the contract and the fines came through during this time frame. This amount of money, from what I understand, does not come to the fee fund at all. It goes straight to the state general fund. If I'm incorrect in that, Carol can set me straight. For the complaint sources, we did look at, with our new system, we're able to kind of identify where the complaint's coming from. So hospital risk management, facility risk management, they're accounting for about, from this time period, for about 100 and what is that, about 60 complaints coming in versus family and patients and any other types of form. Our new electronic log, we're able to look at data as far as who is reporting, what type of form is most used, and the violation type that's being alleged. A data point that we're starting to really monitor relates to the date of the incident and the date that it's reported to KSBN. And that I think is going to be surprising because it's not timely. And so we need to probably do some education at some point to nurses, to employers, to kind of understand when it rises to the level that it needs to be reported to the Board of Nursing. For supervisory things that we've also been doing, we looked at the applications for licensure review for legal history. And in 2019, the data, which was a paper log, and I manually calculated, so my numbers may be off, but averaged 55 days to process an application, an initial application for licensure. And in 2020, we had our electronic log and it reflected 6 days. Now, that's a significant difference, and we changed a few things. We put in more investigators on to be able to review initial applications, and we also looked at the documents that are required for review for legal history to determine, when we need those and how soon we need those, and if we need those. In my review of literature for my master's program, which I'm involved in, I found a scholarly article that indicated also that 60% of new graduates have a legal history. So I forwarded that article to our investigative committee chair to see that I was even reading it correctly. And she was amazed also because we had a conversation about that. So of the applications that come in the door, we can estimate, and I don't know if 60% is reflective of Kansas's numbers. I would like to kind of see what we actually do get. But I'm going to say we're probably seeing more that need legal review than probably in the past. We initiated some changes that resulted in the 2020 data. So this number 6, I feel like is probably going to fall out to be about maybe a 10 to 14 day process for legal to review the application. I'll continue to monitor that and give updates to the investigative committee going forward. Case investigation, as most of it, I just discussed all of that pretty much at the beginning of my presentation. Practice calls, we discussed during practice IV therapy committee yesterday, but they have been complex. And especially with all the changes relating to the pandemic that were fast and furious, nurses were confused as far as like scope of practice. Could they do this? Could they do not? Could they even say that they didn't want to take a patient assignment, or would they be in trouble? IV hydration therapy, Botox, ketamine, those are always interesting calls. APRNs without collaborative practice agreement during the COVID, and how are they supposed to prove they were working in a COVID environment, as well as COVID calls and APRN and telehealth in state and out of state. Those raise a lot of questions. Basically, we've had one nurse investigator attend the school nurse conference in July and came back from that. It was virtual, but she immediately was taking calls from school nurses in August and was able to answer those questions for them and refer them to the correct information for them to kind of find going forward. I did also participate in the task force for PN core and IV therapy for the regs and the core curriculum issues, as well as did new board member orientation on September 2nd. I do also have staff who are interested in education. So we put a request into for budgetary measures to see, could we get some, pieces of education going forward. And I have one investigator taking a criminal justice class this fall on her own. And I have 2 investigators who will attend investigator training also virtually this fall. So the staff is really working to try to figure out how we can be more efficient, more effective, keeping up with current education as far as what's going on in the nursing world. And I'm inspired, and I look forward to the further growth of the investigative division. And before I sign off, I'll just say this is today my 1-year anniversary in this position. And it honestly feels like I've been here longer. So we have a lot of work to do, but I look forward to the challenge. So thank you.
Thanks, Linda, for that report. I guess, Adrian, you're the last one on the staff reports, so I guess it's your turn.
Hey, thank you, Madam. You should have my report. I echo the comments by the other department managers. The staff have done an amazing job rising to the occasion and addressing the needs of the licensees and the public. As you might imagine, our application levels went up, the phone calls went up, the emails went up, and they were addressing things rapidly. I'd like to recognize the licensing staff. Mary Ann Bird is the manager of that department, and Jackie Mercer, Karen McGill, and Barbara Bigger are your licensing team. And the 4 of them have really came together and worked through different processes and looked at their operations, made changes where necessary, adjusted as they can. They were going through the same thing everybody else was, the social distancing, switch to telework, that sort of thing. But they all have really done an exceptional job. And then on the IT front, Colton, as you know, on the meeting, he's done a fantastic job helping the online users, taking care of these board meetings. It has been wonderful to have him on there. This is going really smoothly. That was a change for us. Helping get you guys your iPads. We're doing laptops and whatnot. And then Tony's working on the infrastructure side of things. He was texting me just now saying, he's going to try to get those expiration dates changed today. He's keeping up with all of our security patches and systems. We're actually in the middle of trying to move our entire data center to a new location. So as you might imagine, we still have all these projects going on, but we're also now responding and have been responding for the past 6 months to this emergency situation. And the fact that we had a continuity of operations plan for the new members, we have a pretty in-depth plan that we worked through and we've used as a guide, and we found weaknesses, obviously, in the plan, and then we've also found some strengths. And so using those as guides, Carol and I have met frequently, Linda, all of us that work together, the investigators making their change, we're supporting them from a technology perspective. The phone system has been problematic, but, we're working through things, getting them laptops and trying to evolve their processes as quickly as possible. And I think that's the real strength of having IT staff in your office. Not all boards in the state of Kansas for the new members have IT staff. Many of them have to essentially contract out or use the state's model. And unfortunately, when there's an emergency that impacts every board and every commission, you are just one of the groups, and they do their best. And the OITS team does a magnificent job for us, and has stepped up for us. But having the staff on hand to be able to make those changes, to adjust the websites, create emergency notifications, that sort of thing, is a real benefit to the board, I think. And so that's a good thing. I wrote an article for the National Council of State Boards of Nursing for their summer In Focus magazine that kind of highlights some of the struggles we had, some of the successes we had as comparison to other boards of nursing throughout the country. And I'll send that around so staff can see it, or it's also linked on our social media sites. You're welcome to have a look at it if those in the public would like to read. But it kind of highlights how we address things, some of the things that we found a struggle, and then some of the successes. From an operations perspective, on the HR front, as you heard, we've hired some new staff members in the investigative area. And then we also have a new staff member with us today, and I believe she's with Victoria in her office. Her name is Megan Hughes. She's our new senior administrative assistant, going to be helping out Will in the AT's department. She joined us last week. She comes to us from KDHE. Don't know if you want to say a quick hello or.
Hi.
We are excited to have her. I know Will's very excited as well, and she's learned a lot from Victoria, and they're going through. Now, if we can get her a badge, we're having some struggles. The state ID's badge system's broken, so we have to let her in the building every day, but we're working on it. So we welcome her and thank you for coming to join us. On the National Council front, for the new members, I'm their treasurer of the national organization, and there's been some changes at the National Council. So my role has been advanced just a little bit, trying to help with the different functions and whatnot that are going on as far as being the treasurer is concerned. I had to do my first finance forum at an annual meeting. It was interesting because normally it's this big conference and you get up and you do your presentation, but this year, since nobody could join, we had to do it all remotely. And they sent me essentially a production kit, so I had to record a professional video, and that's also linked on their website if you're interested in seeing how that process works from the national organization's perspective. But as you might imagine, there was about 1,000 people on that webinar. And so that was, a struggle with technology-wise, but we made a good go of it, and we think that it turned out nice. And so, let's see. On the IT side of things, as I said, the information security is a large thing. Organizations, not just government, but private companies and everybody are experiencing escalated attacks. And so we've readdressed our security posture, looked at areas where we could tighten up things. We do contract out some security checks and whatnot to keep us, in the know of what's going on, so that we have a double check of what we're doing. And so far, knock on wood, everything's been going okay on that front. But we do have some reports that we have to file with the state here within the next month. And so I'm going to be working on that. Our agency 3-year IT plan is also going to be submitted to OITS for inclusion in the statewide IT report, and that's actually due Friday. And so we've been working on that as well. One of our big initiatives, as you heard, is to hopefully get the investigative system up and running so that department can function more effectively. And then probably another big one is our data center move. For the new members, it's been a long-term project for various reasons, barriers that we ran into with the state. We are finally making some progress. We actually have a server over in the new location, and so we're going to be testing that hopefully here within the next week or so. And then we'll be scheduling move. So what that means is that we have to take the systems down and actually physically move everything to a new location. So we'll probably be doing that over a weekend and evenings and whatnot, but there will be some disruption when that occurs. But we're hopeful if everything ends up working out right, that we'll be moving here relatively soon. And as such, that infrastructure is aging. It's been in our current state for about 7 years. It's reached its end of life status and end of support status. And as such, you'll hear in the Finance Committee report that we're requesting potential funding to replace that equipment. And essentially, it basically runs the Board of Nursing. So, 7 years is a good return on investment for technology. And so that, it's a cost, but it's a cost of doing business. Other than that, that's been the big things for us here lately. We still continue to move forward and do the best that we can.
Thanks, Adrian, for that report. Does anybody have any questions for Adrian? Okay, it is remiss on my part that I did not introduce the new board members. So I'm going to ask Carol if she would introduce them so I don't tear up the names or say public member when they're not or whatever. So if Carol, would you introduce the members for us, the new ones? You're on mute.
Absolutely, yeah. We actually have 6 new board members. Now, we had 2, Jade and Gita, who were here in June. And so we have 4 today this is their very first board meeting. And that would be Adri, Andrea, Giovanni, and is that it? I think so. So I thought maybe instead of just having them kind of introduce themselves and say something about themselves, I thought as a way for all the board members to kind of get to know each other. Normally we do this in person, but we're doing it virtually. If each board member could kind of introduce themselves and kind of tell a little bit about them, then you kind of get to know what everybody else does and stuff like that. So does that sound okay, Madam President?
Sure. You want me to start?
That would be great.
Okay, let's see. Been a nurse for lots of years. You can tell by my gray hair. And have family, 4 grandkids. I'm going crazy. 3 of those are at the age of 2. So we're busy. I have been in nursing and worked several years at bedside. In 2005, decided to teach, worked on my master's degree, now nurse practitioner. So I've been the director there at Garden City Community College for about 10 years. I love education. I should have made that switch a long time ago, but I love the bedside too, and it's really hard not to be there every day. Board member for several years. I'm on my 2nd term now, and president, had the privilege to be the president this last year. I'm not sure privilege and COVID-19 go in the same sentence, but we did it. I appreciate the opportunity, and I love being on the board. I have learned so much here. Yes, it's an effort to help, and this is a working board. Some boards I understand are not like that, but I have learned a lot more than and received a lot more myself personally and for my program than I have ever given. So I appreciate the opportunity.
Oh, maybe Carol could go next.
Great.
This is Carol Bragdon, and I've been on the board 7.5 years now. I can't believe it's been that long. So I'm thinking back to my very first board meeting. I do remember it, feeling a little nervous, and how would I ever learn all of the operations of the board? So I do have some empathy for our new board members trying to assimilate all of this information and operations. It is a complex board that fortunately runs very well. We have a commendable agency staff, and I would invite all of our new board members to spend time when possible, or at least a little virtual time with our staff members to really understand the organization. I think it took me about a year to be at a point where I really understood what the operations of the board were. So get involved as much as you can. We're a little limited right now due to COVID, but it's been a very rewarding experience for the last 7.5 years, and I'm certain that I will miss all of you when I retire from this position in June. But it's been a great experience, and would echo Patsy's words that I think we get more than we give, and an understanding of a part of our profession that I really did not appreciate until I became involved in the operations of the boards. Personally, I have been a registered nurse since 1973, so worked a long number of years, and worked as a nurse assistant in a hospital before that. So many years in nursing. COVID finally got me. I retired in June after all of those years of work, most recently as a clinical nurse specialist working in a cardiology office, seeing patients every day. So my practice has been varied from hospital work. I taught at a baccalaureate nursing program for a number of years, and then went back into practice when the Heart Center made me an offer I couldn't refuse, and was there the last 17 years of my practice. So a variety of things. And I've represented APRNs on the Board of Nursing for that position. I have many hobbies. I'm never bored. I love to sew, I quilt extensively, and I love to garden. So in years past, the board and staff have come to my garden for a little brunch. I would love to do that again, but I'm just not sure that we could probably all fit and bring a lawn chair and sit 6 feet apart, but I don't think it would have the same impact as gathering around the patio table. So maybe this, who knows when, maybe next spring we'll be able to do something. So family certainly keeps me busy as well. 3 grown daughters, 5 grandsons, and we had the experience of the first grandson that had to go off to college in the COVID environment. So appreciating some of the troubles that schools have gone through trying to make everybody safe. So that's me, and certainly would welcome any of our new members to give me a call if you have a question or just want to visit something about your board position. Thank you.
Thanks, Carol. Juliana, do you want to go next?
Sure. I'm Juliana Reshik, and I've been on the board now 3.5 years. So my term expires in June. I do plan to renew, but we'll see what the governor has in store for me. So that's obviously up to her. So I serve as the Chief Nursing Officer at the St. Joseph Campus, Via Christi St. Joe in Wichita, Kansas. I've been with Ascension Via Christi for 16 years in an administrative role, and I love what I do. And I will tell you that my experiences on the board, I would reiterate, I think what Patsy said, what Carol said about the learning opportunity. I don't get to interact every day in my job with nursing educators. We have students in the building, but it is a whole new perception. Administrative decisions and budgets and disciplinary action and all of those kinds of things are, policies, procedures. That's in my normal daily operations at work. But truly the detailed educational component of nursing is new to me. And so that's what I've really had a lot of insight with my partnerships in the board. And I feel like it's changed the way I do my day job by really understanding what the board is about, and as a new nurse getting my license, I don't think I had any concept of what the board was, what the board's role was, what we do. So it's been very insightful for me. I have 2 children. I have a high schooler for the first time this year, and then we're finishing up middle school with my younger daughter. So my son plays football and my daughter does volleyball. And with COVID, that's just a whole new thing. So we're learning how to play sports with masks on, and that's okay. And then my husband, he is retired military, so I'm pretty thankful for that. He now works for Evergy, our electric company across the state, and he's been working from home for a while and will be at least through January is what he tells me now. So we have a bedroom converted into an office, and to go home to a guy who's, you know, I'm tired, I'm ready to put my feet up, and he's ready to go. So that's been kind of a challenge, but anyway, I am grateful for this opportunity. I'm looking forward to working with all of you. We had a great meeting Monday and Tuesday with Jade, and I appreciate what she's brought to the investigative committee. So welcome aboard, and thank you.
Thanks, Juliana. Okay, I was going down the list here on our agenda, and what confused me is we have one of our new members with the older members. So that's the one I overlooked. So Gwendolyn, I apologize. I thought all the new ones were kind of listed here together, but Gwendolyn Lloyd. Gwendolyn, would you like to tell us a little bit about yourself?
I'm Gwen, and I've been a nurse for a while. I have a daughter who is in nursing school at Fort Hays. And what's funny is Rebecca Sander was her advisor until Rebecca retired. So then I have an 11-year-old son, and between all their activities, they keep me busy. I do work nights. I went back to the bedside after being in management for a few years. I missed the bedside and I went back and I worked nights. And between all of our activities and me working nights, I never know what day it is anymore. I'm always having to ask. I always clarify. I'll be like, today's Wednesday, right? And my kids will laugh at me. They'll be like, yes, Mom. So basically my hobbies are my kids, and then I go to work, and then I hope to sleep for more than a few hours at a time, or not wake up and check my bank statement and see my son's bought an $86 video game, which has happened several times. So, but that's pretty much it. I'm running around all the time. So.
Well, thank you and welcome. Welcome.
Thank you.
Rebecca, Becky, as we know her.
Yeah, I have two names, Rebecca or Becky. And small world, Gwendolyn. My gosh, that's a fun fact. I am Rebecca Sander, and I am here in Hays, Western Kansas, Hays, America, yay. So Patsy and I are on the west half of Kansas. We're representing nurses from rural Western Kansas, and I'm proud of that. I just recently retired from nursing education after 40 years of nursing education, the last 15 being at Fort Hays State University. I absolutely love teaching, and I love bedside nursing. So I also had a career in bedside nursing, and my favorite was oncology and hospice. But I've worked in just about every med-surg area you can think of, and I've done rural nursing, which means we used to deliver those babies in the elevator and in the pickup in the emergency room parking lot. So, you know, I look back at my years of experience, and it's just been awesome and wonderful, and I still love nursing, absolutely. I do stay busy. I live in the country. We have a little farm with cattle and dogs, my favorite animals, and a garden. 7 grandchildren keep us busy. And I am enjoying my retirement, but I love this job. I absolutely love it. It was sort of kind of on my bucket list, being a board member. Kind of always wondered what that would be like. And it's been wonderful. And right now I'm currently serving as the chair of the investigative committee and still learning lots and lots and lots.
Okay, thank you, Becky. Our last seasoned board member, that's what I call him, is Mandy. Mandy, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Mandy. I've been a nurse for about 16 years. I'm an administrative nurse for Oswego Health and Rehab or Mission Health Communities. I am the infection preventionist. I am certified. I'm also the pandemic response coordinator. I wear lots and lots of hats. Prior to this, I was a wound care nurse, certified as well for 10 years for medical lodges and for Heritage, which they were bought out by medical lodges. I have 4 children and I have 4 grandchildren. My newest grandchild, my first granddaughter, was born in March, right before they shut everything down. So yeah, I didn't get to see her for a couple of weeks because we were scared. We didn't know what was going on. And with what I work in, you know, we were being safe, but she's absolute joy. She's already ruling the roost with the other 3, they're boys. So I went to Labette Community College and I am an LPN. That's about it. I work and play with my grandbabies. They are definitely my hobby. They keep me busy.
Thanks, Mandy. Okay, Adri, do you want to introduce yourself and tell us about you? I think you're muted. There you go.
There you go. Well, and I answer to about anything. Family calls me Adri, but just like Adrian, first part really is Adri. I work at the VA. I'm a veteran from Desert Storm. Got my nursing through the Army National Guard in South Carolina. 3 grown children. And 2 of which live back east. Now my children are puppies and been in nursing since 1990, got into it late. Am really looking forward to learning a lot about the board and how I can be of service with that. Everything has been very interesting and I've been very difficult for these guys for catching up with where I'm supposed to be and getting signed in stuff. I can delete an email like you wouldn't believe. But I keep a really clean inbox at work. You can't put it in a folder, delete it. But I work with primary care. At the VA, I've worked in specialty, I've worked in surgery, a lot of things, done bedside care, a lot of different things. So like I said, this is going to be a first for me and I'm looking forward to it.
All right, thank you. Andrea.
There we go. Hi, I'm Andrea Watson. I've been a nurse for about 25 years. The bulk of that, the last 20 have been in oncology. So I've done a variety of things in oncology. At one point, I worked for the Kansas Department of Health and Environment's breast and cervical cancer screening program. So got an opportunity to see lots of the state of Kansas when I did that. But my last 12 years have been in oncology research. So I lead the oncology research group at St. Luke's for the health system. So we do clinical trials throughout all of our facilities for St. Luke's. I've just been interested in what's happening with the board, especially I've always held a Kansas license, but lots of conversation, obviously, with Compact and questions being on a facility housed in Missouri and all of those things. So working a little bit with our education providers and trying to assist staff with that. So definitely started looking more into and have a lot to learn. I'm excited for the opportunity. I have 3 children, 2 are in high school, 1 in middle school. So they keep us running and trying to keep up with their hybrid learning, who's going to be home on what day, and are we all going to be able to be on the internet together? So they keep me very busy. Other than that, I like to run and read and do pretty much anything outside. So this is a great week for that. So happy to be joining. Thanks.
Thank you. We always appreciate anyone who wants to help us educate about the compact, because that has been the hardest thing for people to understand. Yeah. So thank you. And we lost Gita, so we don't have her. Jade.
Hey everyone, I am a new public board member. My name is Jade Ramsdell. I started off in the field of occupational therapy and worked to provide direct patient care in the field of pediatrics. I worked in outpatient therapy, worked in geriatrics. I've kind of done a lot of various different things in the field of occupational therapy, and then transitioned to my true passion, which has been learning and development. And so in that time, I crossed paths quite frequently with nursing administrators. I work as an accreditation specialist at Starmontville Health currently, and have been doing that for several years. I cross paths quite frequently with nurses within my field, and just have such a deep respect and just love for what they do, because it just makes such a difference. And so I was really interested in joining the board to better understand how I can help to support and advocate for nurses, and to just learn a little bit more about how I can provide any assistance, being that I am not a nurse and do cross paths with nurses so frequent. And in that time, I've learned so much. I learned so much this week alone in the investigative committee, and I look forward to more opportunities to do so. In my free time, I do enjoy composting and hydroponic gardening. I have 2 small children who are under the age of 3, so anytime that I can get them out and about and really getting their hands dirty, especially when we have good weather, is enjoyable for me. I look forward to getting to know you all more and just contributing in any way that I possibly can. So thank you all for having me.
Thank you, Jade. And Giovanni.
Yes, good morning. My name is Giovanni Gone, not Gone, Gone. And I am one of the newest board members. I think I've met a few of you. Janelle Martin, I worked with her for a little bit when she worked with United Healthcare. And I've also met Patsy. She probably doesn't remember me, but my oldest daughter got admitted into the nursing program here at the community college in Garden City. And I remember my first day going in there and Patsy just being her, welcome us, and gave me a little bit of advice as to the classes she was supposed to be taking. And it was just such a good meeting. So that's why I remember her. Again, I work for United Healthcare. I have been with United Healthcare since the implementation of CanCare. And so it's been about 7-8 years. I was actually hired 3 months before implementation to kind of get everything ready and, everything kind of planned for that day. My role within United Healthcare has kind of changed within the years. I have a master's degree in public health, and I am a nutritionist specialist. And so kind of my first role within United Healthcare was overseeing the community and the hospital and clinics relations with the plan. I oversee about 30 to 40 counties in Western Kansas. And so our focus was making and building relationships with the community, with our hospitals, our clinics, our nonprofits, and all of them, just to make sure that we were offering the best service for our members. With the years, that kind of changed. I'm also now part of the social determinants of health team, and I do cross-train a little bit with our behavioral team and our provider advocates team. And that's probably just because I'm so in this rural area that, you know, sometimes you just have to wear different hats. I love working in this part of Kansas. I think there's a lot to learn and the people here are really nice. And so I really enjoy being able to serve in this board.
Thank you. Oh, wow, that's really great to get to know all of you. You know, just speaking for the board staff, if there's anything we can do for you at any point in time, just please feel free to contact us. You don't have to wait until a board meeting or anything like that. I mean, that's part of what we do, is to be here for the board members. So again, just please let us know if there's anything we can do for you. Okay. And Madam President, those are your board members.
Thanks for the help. Just want to reiterate, I am working on beefing up the mentor part of the board membership, and we're going to try to reach out to the members so you have somebody that you could call at the last minute if you have a struggle, and we'll point you in the right direction. I'll beef that up in the next week or so, see what we can do with that, so you do have another more personal contact. I was going to try to do that before this meeting, but I didn't get that done. And so instead of do it poorly, I decided I would wait until after this meeting and then we'll beef that up. And I guess we have proof right here that you always have to be behaving, right? You never know what you're going to hear from somebody in his, you know, that you met several years ago that I don't remember. But I've talked to a lot of students. Right now we have at Garden City, we have about over 650 people in the pipeline that would like to come to nursing to our program. That's a pretty big undertaking. So I'm sorry I don't remember specifically, but I appreciate the compliment. So I'll keep trying to behave from here on. So in case later on it happens, we meet somebody. We've been at this for about 2 hours, so I think we could take a break if everybody's okay with that. And come back, let's see, is 15 minutes. I think we'll resume at 11:30. Okay. And we'll finish up with the reports from the committees at that point. Thank you. Colton, we're back on. Can you tell me if we're ready to go whenever you're ready?
Yep, you're good to go.
Okay, thank you. It's 11:30, so let's go ahead and resume. I'm going to continue down the agenda here. The next thing we have on here is committee reports, and we're going to start with the Education Committee, and that's the one that I chair. So I'm going to start with an update. I understand Chelsea's going to read the motions for me. Is that correct, Chelsea?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll give a summation of kind of the meeting, and then we'll go through all the motions and take care of that. So thanks for your help. So one of the things the Education Committee talked about yesterday was, as Janelle alluded to, we're piloting some new guidelines to help us decide virtual or face-to-face school visits. We needed some options so that we could take care of that and keep those events current as best we can. So we're piloting something. We approved that in our committee meeting, and there'll be several persons involved making the decision about whether we do face-to-face or virtual or a combination of the above or follow-up, etc. So we can give you an update possibly in December of how that's going, and a fluid document a little bit till we kind of get it established, see what we're doing. We actually had guidelines before. We've just added some dynamics to it for possible virtual work to be able to maintain the rigor for the schools and keep that ongoing reapproval for those schools. Second thing I have on here is a clarification. We had a task force together to look at clarification for P and core curriculum guidelines with Kansas Board of Regents, and also IV therapy work. Had some new regulations for IV therapy that have just been approved for PN. And we also had PN core curriculum that had been updated and reapproved for the articulation for that group in alignment with Kansas Board of Regents. That task force looked at those concerns, and the recommendation with Kansas Board of Regents' help was that we would extend the renewal or the implementation date for the PN core curriculum. We had it set for this fall. There was some struggle with some of the schools in hitting that deadline. So Kansas Board of Regents offered to push that deadline back to fall of 2021. So we let that be known in the Education Committee yesterday. Also too, with the IV regulations, the group, and it was voted on yesterday in the committee, that we recommended that IV therapy be a part of the PN curriculum for every school that would offer an LPN certificate so that they could license in Kansas to help save some of the confusion, and also to help serve the facilities and vendors that are hiring these students when they get out of school, so they're very marketable. The last thing was Janelle talked about this, not the last thing, number 3, I'm sorry. Janelle talked about this in her report, the questions for required paperwork about major minor curriculum change and the COVID temporary or permanent. We're going to visit with that some more on our agenda with new business, so I'll leave it at that. And also had a task force looking at possible changes with the annual report. And they are going to, we formulated a task force for that. They're going to look at that and see what we can do. And that's in with a National Council State Boards of Nursing. They've done some work with that. There's a template there. So we'll hear some more from that task force, and I'll have another report come back with that later on in December. We'll touch base again with that. Any questions about those pieces? Okay, I'll let Chelsea, you want to start with the motions, and I'll just say I accept that motion and I'll make it, and then the board, we can go for that with the board.
Sure. The first, it was moved to accept the site visit report with recommendations for Salina Area Technical College PN program and grant approval for 5 years, with the next site visit to occur in the spring of 2025.
I make that motion.
This is Rebecca. I'll second.
Us. A motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? I need to back up here a minute. Do I need to have Carol Bragdon helping me do this if I'm going to make those motions?
You are correct. I just realized that as we were going along that I will accept the chair during the reporting of the Education Committee.
Thank you. So I made the motion. We have a second. I'm going to let you take it over from here, Carol.
All in favor of the motion, say yes.
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 Yes. Any in opposition? Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the site visit report with recommendations for Donnelly College PN program and grant reapproval for 5 years, with the next site visit to occur in the spring of 2025.
I so make that motion.
Is there a second?
This is Mandy. I'll second.
Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, we call for a vote. Those who are in favor say yes.
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 Any in opposition say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the site visit report with recommendations for Donnelly College ADN program, which will allow the program to begin admitting students again, remain on conditional approval, and will schedule a follow-up site visit after the next graduating class.
I make that motion.
Is there a second?
This is Gwen. I second.
Is there any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion say yes.
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 Any in opposition say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the major curriculum change request from Coffeyville Community College to adopt the IV therapy content included in the KSPN core curriculum for the 2020-2021 academic year.
This is Patsy. So moved.
Is there a second?
This is Gwen. I second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion say yes.
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 Any in opposition say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the major curriculum change request from Johnson County Community College PN program to include IV therapy in the practical nursing program to begin January 2021.
I so move. This is Patsy.
May I have a second?
This is
Gwen.
Juliana Reshik. I'll second.
Thank you, Juliana. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion say yes.
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 Any in opposition say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to reapprove the PN programs on full approval status through December 2021.
This is Patsy. So moved.
May I have a second?
This
This is Andrea Watson, board member. I'll second.
Thank you, Andrea. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor say yes.
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 Any in opposition say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to reapprove the ADN programs on full approval status through December 2021.
This is Patsy. So moved.
May I have a second?
This is Mandy. I'll second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say yes.
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 Any in opposition say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to reapprove the BSN programs on full approval status through December 2021.
This is Patsy. So moved.
May I have a second?
This is Juliana Reshik. I'll second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say yes.
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 Any in opposition say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to reapprove the 3 ADN programs, Colby Community College, Donnelly College, and Pratt Community College, and 1 BSN program, Kansas Wesleyan University, on conditional approval status through December 2021.
This is Patsy, so moved.
May I have a second?
This
Jade
is
Ramsdell,
Gwen.
I
I'll
second.
second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none. Those in favor of the motion say yes.
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 Anyone in opposition say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to accept the IV Therapy Task Force recommendations for PN programs.
This is Patsy, so moved.
May I have a second?
This is Andrea Watson. I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none. Those in favor of the motion say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Any in opposition say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the updated site visit guidelines that include new guidance on virtual site visits for nursing programs, adding that determinations for the methods of the site visit are up to the discretion of the Education Compliance Officer, the KSBN Executive Officer, Program Administrator, and team members pertinent to immediate concerns at the time of the visit.
This is Patsy, so moved.
May I have a second?
I'll second Giovanni.
Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion say yes.
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 Any in opposition say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the petition for permission to test retest summary from May 9th, 2020 through August 14th, 2020, which includes Gertrude Amisa, Kylie Engel, Yvonne Canyeria, Martha Kamuri Price, Tina Asper Reeves, Bailey Weilert, and Derek Wilson.
This is Patsy, so moved.
May I have a second?
This is Gwen. I second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion say yes.
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 Any in opposition say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
That was the final motion for education.
Thanks for the
Madam
help.
President, I return the control of the meeting to you.
Thank you, Carol, for the help. We're going to move right next to the investigative committee, and that's Rebecca Sander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you can tell by Linda's report earlier, that the investigative committee is kind of reaping the benefits of changes and shoring up of processes and procedures. So I do commend her and the team for really helping us out on the investigative committee. I do have two motions to approve today, and who's my motion reader?
That's me.
Yes, so right.
All right, so the first motion, it was moved to approve the retention policy of investigative files.
I make the motion.
This is Gwen. I second.
It is, do I continue, Patsy? Or do you continue?
I put myself on mute, sorry.
Oh, okay.
I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, everyone in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Opposed, please say no. Any abstentions? That motion carries.
It was moved to approve KSA 65-1129 as written.
I so move.
This is Carol Bragdon. I'll second.
The motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say yes.
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 Yeah.
All opposed say no. Any abstentions? That motion carries. Thank you.
I also wanted to make the board aware that the investigative committee is looking at the Nurse Practice Act as it relates to needed updates and gaps in disciplinary actions and fees, which was started over a year ago. These statutes, in case you're curious, are 651117, 651118, 651120, 651121, and 741110. And they are located in the investigative committee packet. They are pages 11 through 19 for those of you newer board members. And you can tell that the changes are highlighted in yellow. So you can clearly see when you're reading those statutes what edits have been made, what additions have been made. It's easy to see because they're kind of highlighted. The committee decided to form a subcommittee to continue this review process, partially because of all the new committee members we have and new board members who need information and evaluation about the Nurse Practice Act, especially how it involves disciplining a nursing license. So the subcommittee will be comprised of Carol and Will, Linda, Jan, and myself. And as subcommittee members, we are discussing having Juliana and or Jade kind of as a backup. And we're going to start meeting as soon as we can get our schedules all together, hoping to have some changes to present maybe in the December meeting to the investigative committee to see. It's just been too long since they initially were looked at, and we need to kind of look at them again one more time before we move forward with approval. Are there any questions from board members? Okay, thank you.
Becky, we
yes.
actually have one more motion left.
We do?
Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Okay.
that's okay. So it was moved to approve KSA 65-1135 as written.
I so move.
This is Juliana. I will second.
So I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say yes.
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 All opposed say no. Any abstentions? That motion carries. Thank you, Rebecca. It takes a team to do this. You're right. So we're good. We're good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, the next one we have on the list here is Continuing Education Committee, and that is Juliana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick update on our Continuing Nursing Education Committee. We have a significant about the impact of COVID on CNE. So it's made conducting in-person CNEs very difficult for some organizations. And in light of that, we talked about how they get signatures for virtual sign-ins and those kinds of things. So we'll continue talking about those things. We've also reflected on the impact of the workforce and submitting applications for CNE providership. So there's been a lot of transitions within hospitals and facilities that provide CNE. And so some of those applications have not been real timely, as their focus has been on probably other things than planning CNEs at this point with respect to COVID. So next quarter in December, we plan to look at a report where we're having a little bit of shortcomings, is also with facilities submitting their annual reports as well as paying their fee. We have several that are delinquent, and our staff members are going to be reaching out to them and trying to have some conversations with individuals and identifying some of those gaps, and we'll get some follow-up in December. Other than that, we do have a few motions. Chelsea, would you like to read those, or would you like me to?
Yes, I can read them. That's fine.
Great, thanks, Chelsea.
Sure thing. It was moved to approve the long-term provider 5-year renewal application for Advent Health Ottawa LT 00550905.
I'll make that motion. This is Juliana.
This is Jade
This is
Ramsdell. I'll
Andrea. I'll
second the
second.
motion.
Sorry, who made this? Second?
Jade Ramsdell.
Okay, Jade. Thanks. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. Everyone in favor say yes.
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 Anyone opposed say no. Any abstentions? That motion carries.
It was moved to approve the long-term provider 5-year renewal application for Blue Valley School District LT 01740262.
This is Juliana. I'll make that motion.
This is Gwen. I second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Everyone in favor say yes.
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 Anyone opposed say no. Any abstentions? That motion carries.
It was moved to approve the long-term provider 5-year renewal application for Ellsworth County Medical Center LT 02661010 with a reminder to include evaluations for individual instructors.
This is Juliana, and I'll make that motion.
This is Mandy. I'll second.
I'm sorry, I heard Carol Bragdon second that, so we'll put that on there. Motion and a second. Any other discussion? Everyone in favor say yes.
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 Anyone opposed say no. Any abstentions? That motion carries.
It was moved to approve the long-term provider 5-year renewal application for Olathe Public School Health Service LT 02420950 upon receipt of the program coordinator's CV.
This is Juliana, and I will make that motion.
This is Gwen. I second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Everyone in favor say yes.
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 Anyone opposed say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the long-term provider 5-year renewal application for Susan B. Allen Memorial Hospital LT 00740349 upon receipt of additional required documents.
This is Juliana. I would make that motion.
This is Rebecca. I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Everyone in favor say yes.
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 Anyone opposed say no. Any abstentions? That motion carries.
It was moved to approve the long-term provider initial application for Duesenberry Health Associates LLC with a reminder that all offerings require an evaluation.
This is Juliana, and I make that motion.
This is Rebecca. I'll second.
A motion is second. Any discussion? Everyone in favor say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed say no. Any abstentions? That motion carries.
That was the final motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Juliana.
Thank you.
The next committee listed here is APRN, and that is Carol Bragdon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The APRN committee met yesterday via web meeting. We had a nice report from the Prescription Monitoring Program Committee. Bobby Mansfield is our representative, and I think Carol has touched on the most important piece there, and that is for this fiscal year, we are not being encumbered by funding that agency. So this year we're off the hook for money, but beginning in fiscal year 2021, it appears at this point in time, there will probably be a 70,000-ish donation that we will make to support that. But the program itself is working. The prescription monitoring committee is developing ways to assist in tracking issues, and overall feels like it is a great program. Carol, would you like to just update us a little bit with your discussion from Tucker on the CNMI regulations?
Definitely. Excuse me, Carol Moreland, Administrator. I did have a chance to talk with Tucker, who is the Executive Administrator with the Board of Healing Arts. And just as for those of you that are new, we license nurse midwives, certified nurse midwives. Probably in 2016, 17, something like that, in the legislative session, they created a new type of certified nurse midwife. It's called Certified Nurse Midwife Independent. There was a push for them to have independent practice because underneath us, they do not have independent practice. They're one of the roles of the APRNs. They have to have a collaborative agreement when they're licensed by us with a responsible physician. There's a lot of push for all APRNs to get full practice authority, but that has not happened yet. Anyway, back to the Certified Nurse Midwife Independent. The legislature decided if they wanted to be independent, meaning that they did not have to have oversight or a collaborative agreement with a responsible physician, that they would have to get this Certified Nurse Midwife Independent license through the Board of Healing Arts. And the legislature did some statutes about this role and then said that the Board of Healing Arts and the Board of Nursing had to agree on regulations coming out of those statutes. And this has been a real long process and still is not totally accomplished. The Board of Healing Arts has got some of the regulations through. It was probably a year back and forth trying to get agreement between the Board of Healing Arts and the Board of Nursing on those regulations. The Board of Healing Arts has a Certified Nurse Midwife Independent Advisory Council, of which the Board of Nursing appoints 4 nurse midwives that are licensed underneath us to be on this advisory council. And then the Board of Healing Arts has, I think, 1 or 2 physicians that are on it. And so a lot of our work as the Board of Nursing is done through this council. I think, would you agree with that, Carol? Wherever you're at?
Absolutely.
Okay. So that's kind of our avenue to make changes and stuff like that. Now, anytime with the regulations and everything, please understand that they always bring them back to our full board. It's not something that council decides for the Board of Nursing. It's just kind of the working council, and then whatever comes out of it is reported back to the Board of Nursing and the Board of Healing Arts. Well, Tucker told me that, they had the licensing ready about the same time the pandemic's hit. So there has been 1 Certified Nurse Midwife Independent license granted from the Board of Healing Arts. He did not think that there were any more in the pipeline who wanted to be. You have to understand, there's not a whole lot of nurse midwives licensed by us. And for them to be a Certified Nurse Midwife Independent through the Board of Healing Arts, they still have to keep their Certified Nurse Midwife license through us. And then we also require any of our APRNs to have an RN license through us. So they actually have to maintain 3 licenses. But if they want to do it, they can do it. The scope of practice, interestingly enough, for the Certified Nurse Midwife Independent has actually ended up more restrictive than the scope of practice through the Board of Nursing, if they have this collaborative agreement. So that's been very interesting. That might be why there's not a big push for anyone to get that or more than one person. And also what can happen is if they're working in this certified nurse midwife independent license, they're working underneath that, so they have the scope of practice. If something would happen to the mother or the baby and they could no longer go in that role, they might switch back to their certified nurse midwife role with us so that they could do more. So it's very, very confusing. Tucker said that he has not called the council back together because he's trying to get these other regulations. I think probably maybe half of the regulations were put through and adopted. The other ones, there was a little bit more of a holdup, and he's trying to get them back through the process. The process to get regulations approved in the state is a very long process, and it kind of closed down a little bit when the COVID started because everybody went remotely. And agencies were just trying to figure that out. So it's getting back up now so that it's working. So that's about all I know from what Tucker told me. So it's not turned out to be very popular. There has been, I would think it's safe to say, Carol, that there's been a huge amount of work done with this for one licensee, but it's something that the legislature did. I guess they had their reasons for doing it, but it's totally turned out to be very, very confusing for both boards, to put it bluntly. And the certified nurse midwives would actually like to get that revoked at some point. I don't know how much success they'll have with that. I really don't, because they have felt it's just been very, very difficult to get this accomplished for various reasons. Is there anything else you want me to say, Carol?
No, thank you very much for that succinct description. It has been a bureaucratic difficulty, to say the least. So we'll await the final works on the revisions from the Board of Healing Arts and go from there. We received an update on House Bill 2412, which is the full scope of practice for APRNs that has been in process for several years through CAPN, and they do plan to reintroduce the bill with minimum change in this next upcoming legislative session. They do have a collaborative agreement, or a collaborative arrangement, I guess I should say, and support through the National Council of State Boards of Nursing. So they, for our new board members, National Council has a legislative arm that helps states that are working towards legislative change. They provide some marketing, some financial support, some lobbying efforts, and they are a very professional group and has helped provide some guidance for both the board and for CAPN in this undertaking of presenting legislation to the Kansas legislature. They feel like, CAPN feels like they do have good legislative support. We did talk about the APRN compact language that was passed by National Council. And we would encourage them to, of course, model some of their language as much as possible after that. One thing that probably will not occur in conjunction with that language would be Kansas proposed bill indicates a 4,000 hour entry into practice. And given the politics of our state, it's probably not possible to reduce that to the recommended 2,000 hours. So keeping in mind that
Carol, I think you're muted.
Yeah, you're muted all of a sudden.
okay, am I back now?
There you are.
Gotta love all these computers. They do weird things sometimes. So at any rate, probably the significance difference between our APRN compact language and the bill that's being presented would be that Kansas would probably have 4,000 hours as opposed to the recommended 2,000 hours. We'll see how the bill progresses. We never know what comes out the other end by time they're done with committee work and such. thought, and it just ran away from me here. Oh, the language is included to allow those APRNs who wish to remain with a collaborative practice to do so. So even though they may be granted with this bill full practice authority, that does not mean that all APRNs have to do that. APRNs with full practice authority will be subject to the Healthcare Stabilization Fund, and so would therefore have to pay into that. And we have addressed the issues of linkages to the healthcare stabilization on our website so that people know where that information is housed and would work with the Healthcare Stabilization Fund, because that is not a function of the State Board of Nursing. Any other thoughts there, Carol, on that issue? Okay, all right.
I think so.
So that was a big part of our discussion. And I did ask the committee to begin to think in terms of the rules and regs that would need to be amended rather substantially for the APRN practice should this bill be passed. They did include a year for the board to prepare for a change in practice should this statute become law. So if I'm figuring that right, the earliest it would be July 2022. Is that correct? I see Carol nodding. Yeah, for this to go into effect. So we're just beginning this long journey, and there's certainly no guarantee that it would pass the legislature this year. They've been unsuccessful in several years past, but feel more optimistic this year. We reviewed the upgrading the certification program for the nurse anesthetists. Under statute, we have to do that. And then looked at APRN program approvals. In the past, our practice for many, many years has been that the APRN committee must approve the applications for APRNs that are educated in out-of-state schools. So, for example, if you're coming from Connecticut and attended a school in New Jersey, you would have to apply and have that out-of-state school reviewed before you could be licensed. Since the board only meets every 3 months, it's certainly conceivable that an applicant would have to wait nearly 3 months to become licensed in Kansas. And this is becoming more of a burden as we have more APRNs that are educated in programs outside of Kansas that may not have had a prior Kansas review. So we looked at this process thinking, our staff member does all of the work. All the committee really does is say, okay, you've met national accreditation, which meets our standard, and you've met all of the national accreditation standards to get you approved for that. Why are we doing this? So we are changing our process to allow it to happen as within other committees, that the staff is able to go ahead with the licensing once all of our criteria are met, and then just report back to the committee. So that should help enable licensing to move more smoothly, and certainly help our licensees not have to wait 3 months when they've taken a new position as they've come into our state. So I believe, Jill, we have some motions to present. Would you read for us?
Yes, we have 2 motions. First one is it was moved to allow board staff to license applicants from out-of-state programs that meet the national accreditation standards and to report back to the APR committee at the next APRN committee meeting.
And I will make that motion.
I'll second. This is Giovanni.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say yes.
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 Opposed say no. Any abstentions? The motion carries.
Okay, and then it was moved to approve the following out-of-state schools and their below noted programs as meeting the board's criteria. North Park University Adult NP, Otterbein University Family NP, United States University Family NP.
Carol, you were muted.
It says I am.
You are.
I
Can
am
you
okay.
acknowledge that motion for me?
I make that motion, yes.
Thank you.
This is Juliana. I'll second.
So the motion is second. Any discussion? All in favor, say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, say no.
That's the end of the motions for APRN.
Thank you.
You're
And
welcome.
I believe that concludes our APRN committee report.
Okay, thank you. And that last motion carried, so we're good to go. The next committee report is from Practice IV Therapy Advisory Committee. Mandy.
Okay, we met via Zoom. One of the things we did our 5-year legislative review of KAR 60-3-101, and that is licensure. One of the questions we had was a licensure by endorsement, which is the little b, and it is the number 2 under that b. Verification of current Kansas license shall be provided to other state boards upon request and upon payment of the prescribed fee. The question was, since we have nurses, online verification, would we need to continue that? Carol had brought that back and she had let us know that there are some states that do not use that. And so it was recommended that it stay in. So that's where we're at with that. Proposed revision of KAR 60-7-101 was licensure verbiage for the mental health technician's licensure. So we went through that. Nothing major. Linda updated us on practice calls, which seems like it's been, as in her report, pretty crazy for them lately. We reviewed the KSA 65-1115 and 65-1116. Carol Moreland, could you speak about this a little bit?
Yes, I was asked to bring this because these have to do with the licensure requirements. And, you know, what happens sometimes is when a nurse from another state endorses into Kansas. Now, for those of you kind of new to the board, endorsement would be like if a nurse has an active nursing license in another state and they want to come into Kansas. So it's not an initial licensure, it's an endorsement. What can happen is that nurse may have kept her license active in another state, but she has not practiced for maybe 12 years. I mean, we see this some because some nurses step out of nursing to raise their family. And then once their family gets a little bit older, they're interested in coming back to nursing. Well, the nurses anyway, know how fast everything changes in nursing. So the question came to me is, shouldn't there be some sort of practice requirement? I mean, we're basically issuing a license to a nurse when our mission is to protect the public by ensuring that there's competent nurses. So what is the responsibility of the board to make sure that they're competent versus just issuing a license? So there was some thought from some people is, okay, maybe we needed to say they needed to practice X amount of time within the last 2 or 3 years or something. Well, you know, when we started looking at that, we don't require that of our nurses licensed in Kansas. Somebody can keep an active license and just keep renewing it by paying the fee, filling out the form, and doing 30 hours of mandatory continuing education. So how could we ask of a nurse endorsing into Kansas something that we don't even ask of our own nurses? And we have nurses who keep their license up because they don't want it to go inactive or lapse. but they're not practicing. They haven't practiced for several years. So in the practice IV therapy packet, there's some language from Behavioral Science Regulatory Board here in Kansas, where they kind of do require some of this. And then the question was asked of me, how many other states require it? And truthfully, I don't know how many require practice, but we never have. And really, we license them, but the employer, I would think if an employer had a nurse apply there that has a gap in employment of amount of time, the employer's going to start asking some questions. You know, if they don't show that they've worked as a nurse for 10 years, the employer then at that point is going to have to decide, okay, how much do I want to be responsible for getting their competency up to speed? You know, the suggestion when we put this in there was, well, they could take a refresher course. Well, some of the refresher courses you cannot take if you have an active license. It's for the nurses that have let their license lapse for longer than 5 years, and now they want to reinstate their license. In Kansas, they have to do a refresher course. So in our terms, the refresher course was actually designed for a nurse who does not have an active license. And if you go look on a bunch of the refresher courses out there, some of them will not accept a nurse who has an active license. So it doesn't matter whether you've not worked for 10 years or something, that's not going to get you in there. But we do have nurses that call us and they're ready to go back into nursing, and they realize that their skills and their knowledge are a bit on the rusty side maybe. So they say, what should we do? You know, they can look for a refresher course that will let them in. They certainly could do that. The refresher courses are kind of pricey, but they're good. So anyway, that was kind of the discussion that I brought to the practice committee yesterday. Is there anything else, Mandy, that I probably need to say?
No, I don't think so. I just wanted you to explain that because we did talk about that in quite a lot of detail yesterday. So
Yeah.
Thank you. The other thing that we talked about is Carol brought to the Practice and IV Committee about the IV Task Force and their recommendations. So she updated us on that. She also updated or did the review of the annual report data from IV therapy providers. So we went through that. We did table the IV therapy test questions, and she will be bringing them to the December meeting. That's all I had. And I have some motions. I know I do. Is it Victoria? Are you reading the motions?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it was moved to approve KAR 60-3-101 as written.
I'll make that motion.
This is Andrea Watson. I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Everyone in favor say yes.
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 Everyone opposed say no. Any abstentions? That motion carries.
It was moved to approve KAR 60-7-101 as written.
I'll make that motion.
This is Juliana Reshik. I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say yes.
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 Opposed say no. Any abstentions? That motion carries. Was that the last motion, Victoria?
Yes, that's it.
Okay.
That's all
Thank
I
you
have.
for that
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you for that report, Mandy. And the last committee report is Carol Bragdon for the Finance Committee.
Thank you. This is Carol Bragdon, Finance Chair. The committee met this morning and reviewed the agency financial reports. We are solvent. Our fee fund looks good. Income has been good thus far with license renewals. We've had a lot of multi-state licenses and our increased fees for that particular license. We don't know if that will last, but for now, at any rate, the fees are looking good. We reviewed the budget submissions for fiscal years 21, 22, and 23. Carol and Adrian have done a good job projecting what we need to maintain our infrastructure. The Finance Committee has encouraged the agency to try to remain ahead of the curve of that as much as possible so that we do not find ourselves without adequate backup and structure for our staff to do the jobs that they need. And I think this pandemic experience has shown that our agency was far better prepared than many of the other state agencies. So we encourage everyone to continue with that philosophy of making sure we have adequate backups in place and the equipment we need up to date so that we can continue to function in times of challenge. So we feel like the Finance Committee has done a good job over the last few years. We really didn't have any new business at this point in time. So the financial reports are available for board members who wish to review those in the committee section. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Carol, for that report. The next thing on the agenda is unfinished business and strategic plan. Carol, I'm going to let you talk about that, Carol Moreland, about that in the packet. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Madam President. You can find the strategic plan on your iPads underneath unfinished business. And what we do is, what we would like to have you do is, review this. And the strategic plan is actually for 3 years. However, this strategic plan gets submitted with the budget. It gets submitted with the IT strategic plan. So we would like to make sure that we have documentation that the board has reviewed this and approved it, because this is the first year going into this plan. We updated, what we've done so far. And there's a few places that, we don't have much documented. And you will see that that is part of our agency goals going forward, is to address some of these. And so if there's any questions or anything, I did add the COOP plan that came up at the last meeting. And so that is on page 3 in this, in your packet here. It's on there, and I put in what you wanted, what you recommended that I put in. So if you have any questions about it or anything like that.
So as I understand, what we need to do is to make a motion and approve that so you can put it with the budget work and also with IT's information they need.
Yeah, that just shows that you all have reviewed it and you approve where we're at, for first year. Otherwise, if we didn't do it every year, it would be like 3 years and there'd be some questions about, well, has the board looked at this, and stuff like that, because we do get asked about the strategic plan, I know, in the budget meetings and stuff like that.
Okay, so let's, Jill, are you reading the motion for us?
Yes.
Okay.
I move to approve the July 2019 through June 2022 strategic plan as proposed.
This is Carol Bragdon. I will second.
So
we need someone to actually make the motion.
Well, then I will make the motion.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then we need a second.
This is Mandy, I'll second.
Thank you. So motion is second. Any discussion, any questions or any further discussion we need with this? If not, then everyone in favor say yes.
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 And everyone opposed say no. Any abstentions? Then that motion carries. That moves us right into new business. The first thing listed here is workforce data. And Adrian, if you will, if you could give us a little bit of update, kind of what that's about, some comments for that.
Thank you, Madam President. The workforce survey is a project that was put into place, I guess, about a year ago. It had a kind of a long history. The board used to track workforce information many years ago, but the data really wasn't all that beneficial to the board. There was inconsistencies, and we weren't able to get a lot of useful information out of it. So when we moved to the new licensing system about a decade ago, it was decided that we were not going to collect that because the information wasn't very usable. Over the past few years, however, there's been a call for gathering more information and being able to compare it not only with data inside of the state of Kansas, but also with national groups. And as such, the National Council of State Boards of Nursing has done a workforce survey for many years, and they created basically a standard data set. As part of the Nurse Licensure Compact project, we were funded to add this to our system. And so as such, we've added it to the licensing system that's entirely voluntary at this point, but they can fill it out at renewal. And the information then goes to the National Council basically every morning when the data is sent up there. The last workforce survey that was done on the national level was in 2017, I believe. And they produce a nice report that gets published in the Journal for Nursing Regulation. And they are actually finalizing this set of workforce information that's going to be presented to the Board of Directors at National Council in December. So shortly after 2021, they will be publishing that. I don't know the date as yet, but so that's kind of how it came to be. But as such, we've actually had members of the public ask, you know, what kind of information was being tracked, how they could gain access to the information. And by providing that data through the National Workforce Survey, that provides them a method by which they can see some of that data and use it after the reports are published. They can gather that information. For example, it's 88 pages long. The 2017 one was. So, and they do have a national nursing database that you can go out and you can run various reports and whatnot and look at data. But we think it's a pretty good solution. The state was looking at kind of doing this for healthcare boards and other entities that do regulatory tracking. And about 5 years ago or so, the questions were about 98 questions long, which when it comes down to renewal time periods, sometimes people wait, you know, because they can do it online and they sometimes push it right to the end. And so to fill out a survey that long really wasn't feasible for our population. And some of the questions were questionable, honestly. So we think that by using this standard data set that's being used on the national level, that'll provide us some useful information for the state of Kansas and then also really for the nation as a whole.
Thanks, Adrian, for that. Does anybody have any questions about that? I don't think there's any motion we have with that. So if we don't have any questions, we'll just move on to review mission statement. Karen Moore, do you want to help us with that?
Yes, Madam President. Every year we have the board look at our mission statement and see if there's any changes that you want to it. So you can actually find it on your iPads under like new business. And you see a couple there. One is a Word document and one's a PDF. You know, I would suggest that you click on the PDF. But that will tell you what our mission statement is. It's basically the mission of the Board of Nursing is to assure the citizens of Kansas safe and competent practice by nurses and mental health technicians. So you just kind of need to decide if you want to keep this mission statement, if you want to change it in any way. I don't think it's a vote we do. It's more of just kind of a consensus. So.
Any discussion? By this time in the meeting, we're partly known, so if we just need to make sure that we're on board here, and if we're okay, general consensus, we can let Carol go ahead and lead this mission statement.
I agree.
I also agree. It served us well over the years, and I don't see any need to change at this time.
Okay, well, as long as there's not any other discussion, I think we'll let it go ahead and stand. Is that all you need, Carol? Report from Delegate Assembly.
I kind of put my report from Delegate Assembly in my exec report. I don't know if Patsy also went and Carol went. I don't know if, it was an interesting experience because like Adrian said, it was a virtual meeting and there were a lot of people and they used a little bit different platform than we use. So, and it normally the Delegate Assembly is like 3.5 days. And they do education and stuff like that. And they didn't do it this time because of it being virtual. It was one afternoon. And I really missed the education that usually is done up there and some of the other presenters and stuff that they normally had. So it was just truly the business this time that was done. But I kind of included mine in my exec report.
I don't have anything to add except the APRN compact was the hot item and it went on for quite a while. If you ever get a chance as a board member, sometimes we'll have an opportunity for you to be able to go to an annual meeting or to the mid-year meeting. It's kind of interesting to see how all these pieces work together. So if you can find some time in your work day or work week and your employer will let you do that, it helps put the pieces together and make a better picture for you so you can understand what our job and how important our job is where we're at right here. It's amazing the similarities between the states, but also the vast differences that we have between the states as to what we require and how those things function. Every time I walk away from that, though, I have a great appreciation for the staff here. For example, there was a lot of technical difficulties going on with the voting and everything. It's a pretty big operation. But I appreciate, our smaller operation, Colton and Adrian, everybody, the people reading the motions, how smooth this goes. I appreciate that because it was quite a struggle with what they had going on with the voting. It's an electronic voting system you have to do, and it's quite intense. I too miss the education part of that. Top speakers come and very enlightening. We didn't have that this time. We made it through the virtual event, but, and Adrian sits on the board of directors. Anything else you want to add with that, Adrian?
Yes, I echo all of that. I will say, if you wanted to watch me sweat, my computer locked up about 5 minutes before I was supposed to talk to about 1,000 people. So that was an interesting thing. But we did have some difficulties. What ended up happening actually was the company that we had contracted with decided to do an upgrade 2 days before and not tell us, and some of the functions didn't work correctly. So as a result, the National Council will not be using that company anymore. And so we're hopeful that things will be better next time. But all in all, we did our best. And some of the educational portions may be shifted to the mid-year meeting. We have a discussion next week on how all that's going to work out. But it's in March, mid-March, in Seattle, Washington, if everything, I guess it kind of depends on how the COVID and everything goes. And but that's kind of the plan for that. But it was a good experience, though. We made the best of it that we could.
I also want to recognize that Carol Bragdon was also in the meeting. She was an alternate for the delegate votes that we had. And so she sat through the whole thing with us. So in case Carol or I could have not voted, she was able to help us with that. So any input from you, Carol, also?
No, I would just echo what everyone else said. It was a sad, pale version of our usual event. And I certainly miss the networking that one is able to do with the other meetings, just to see how your cohorts from other agencies operate and really feel like you're part of the greater whole of National Council, and they do make it an effort. This, however, was not. So I'm very pleased to hear that that company is no longer in the process of delivering another meeting, because that was embarrassing. we all learn lessons, and that was a painful one. So better
Just
luck
one-
next time. Really made us appreciate all that Adrian and Colton and our staff does, because we've always done a fabulous job and have not encountered those kinds of glitches in trying to do meetings. So again, it's another opportunity for us to say thank you to our IT staff. That's all I have to say.
The one other thing I have here is that the National Council, I too, like I think Carol said, Carol Bragdon, when she introduced herself, that years ago, I guess I didn't even realize that somebody was minding the store and taking care of all this while I was busy working my shift work on the med surg floor 3 to 11 all those years. But I appreciate the effort and understand more about what that is. So our work here is very important. It impacts a lot of people. That's locally, statewide, nationally. It's just amazing to me. I'm really glad somebody was minding the store when I was busy taking care of kids, doing that. So awesome to see how all those pieces fit together. And I think it helps give some strength into how important this is and staying up on the pieces we need to. So enough about that. Let's go on to the appointment.
Can I make, oh, I'm sorry, Madam President, can I say one little plug? For the new members, Colton is going to be getting you access to the NCSB and resources. And so you'll have access to all their journals and nursing, some of their education. You can look at the annual meeting that was recorded and do that sort of thing. So we'll be getting that information to you over the coming weeks.
Thanks for that, Adrian. Let's go to the new business appointment of agency head presiding officers. I looked at my motions and there's quite a few here. So Carol, Moreland, will you help me walk through what we need to do here? Carol, you're muted.
All right.
There you go.
Now you can hear me. Okay. Those of you that are the seasoned board members, remember every year in September, we have a lot of motions to go through. Some of them are quite long. Well, you can be happy this year because we're not asking you to read them. Jill and I are going to tag team on these. We're up here in the Landon building, so we're going to tag team on these. But the first one has to do with agency head. And Carol Bragdon, you have done this for a few years. Can you kind of explain what this is and kind of your involvement and stuff like that, if you would, please?
Thanks, Carol. Agency head serves to work with the Assistant Attorney General in review of appeals and like cases. Once they have gone through the disciplinary action, if the licensee appeals or there's some other legal issues that occur after the initial thing, somebody has to review all of that documentation and then offer its kind of the final opinion type report. Thank goodness Jan Arndt is very skilled in this area and helps understand the legalese. The agency head from the board kind of presents the nursing perspective, or at least the board's view on kind of how we look at nursing practice. It can vary in time. Sometimes it takes, a few hours in a month to review cases. Sometimes you'll get a nice packet in the mail from the office to read through case transcripts or things like that. Other times it's a very minimal question and Jan prepares the legal documents and then you affix your electronic signature and it gets dispensed. And then sometimes we'll go months without any information needed to be done at all. So it's really an on-call kind of position. But it does require somebody who does not participate in the initial disciplinary committee or action. So anybody who has served or is serving on the investigative group committee cannot serve as agency head because it has to be a fresh set of eyes looking at things. Did our committee actually, do their job, or has some new information come to light, or and a lot of times they'll refile with some other information and then all the legalese again, which Jan takes care of. So it can involve a little bit of time. Sometimes you go for months without really any involvement. Other times it's kind of busy and things can kind of be a little bit time sensitive. So, but the AG's office is very good to walk you through and answer questions, and so that's kind of what it involves.
Okay, thank you, Carol. There will be two motions that have to do with this. One of them is you're going to delegate a board member again, and it could not be anybody on the investigative committee. So it couldn't be Rebecca, it couldn't be Juliana, or it cannot be Jade. So you're going to delegate one board member to do that. And then the second motion is going to be if that board member that you delegated to do that cannot do it, then who's going to be the backup? So there's going to be two motions that have to do with this.
So this is Patsy. So that leaves just a few people on the list, right? New members, this is kind of a tough piece for new members of the board. So I guess I need to ask Carol if she would be willing to continue with this till her term is up in June.
What I was going to suggest that might make sense is that I'll continue to do it through June. And then my backup, whoever's named as backup, would then just assume the role once I'm off the board in into June.
I think last year I was the backup, and Carol is very good about taking care of all that, so there wasn't any need for me, but I would be willing to be the backup again. And I'm going to work with Carol Bragdon a little bit just to kind of get the ropes for those last 3 months in case I need something there, if that would be agreeable.
Absolutely, because there may be some things that are still pending, because sometimes it's not, it takes a while for that to get through the legal system, as one might as one might understand.
So the new members just saw Carol and I just volunteer for some work, right? Some more work. That's the way this happens.
It's role modeling, Patsy. It's role modeling.
Yeah, role modeling. Okay, I got it. It's a great opportunity to learn. And I've never served on the investigative committee. I've always been focused on the education and some other places to help. So I appreciate that. So Carol, are we ready to do motion then?
Yes, I believe Jill is ready to read the first motion for you.
Yes, I move that pursuant to KSA 2018 SEP 77-527 of the Kansas Administrative Procedure Act, the board designates and delegate to Carol Bragdon its authority as agency head to review, decide, and issue any orders concerning petitions for review, petitions for reconsideration, and motions to stay filed with the board and taking any other action related thereto until further action by the board.
This is Patsy and I so move.
Giovanni, I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion, a second. Discussion. All in favor say yes.
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 Opposed say no. Any abstentions? Looks like that motion carries. So the next motion.
You're gonna.
Yeah. Let me just kind of explain. The next one is that the board is going to designate and delegate to the board president the board's authority to do a couple of things. And again, this is something that we do every September. So I'll let Jill read it and.
So who, board delegate to board president? Okay, thank you. Let me get my speaker back on. Okay, I move that should Carol Bragdon be unable to serve as agency head, the board designate Patsy Zeller to serve as an alternate agency head, and in such circumstances, the board delegate to the board president its authority pursuant to KSA 2018 SEP 77-527 of the Kansas Administrative Procedure Act to review, decide, and issue any petition, any orders concerning petitions for review, petitions for reconsideration, and motions for stay filed with the board and taking any other action related thereto until further action by the board.
This is Juliana. I would make that motion.
This is Andrea. I'll second.
Andrea, second. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Andrea?
Everyone in favor say yes.
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 Anyone opposed say no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Sure.
Okay, Carol, next motion. Can you help us out again?
Yes. I'm sorry, Jill and I are in the same room, so we have to keep taking our speaker volume down when the other one's talking. So sorry about that. Okay, this one says, I move that the board designate and delegate to the board president the board's authority to, number one, make a reasonable grounds determination pursuant to KSA 65-1120 small b and amendments thereto of the Kansas Nurse Practice Act regarding matters that have been recommended for emergency proceedings by staff or council. And number two, act as presiding officer pursuant to KSA 2018 SUP 77-514 small g and 77-551 small a and small c and amendments thereto of the Kansas Administrative Procedures Act to conduct emergency proceedings and issue an order as required by KSA 2018 SUP 77-536 on all matters that are being or have been investigated for any alleged violation of or compliance with the Kansas Nurse Practice Act or regulations adopted thereunder. Unless the president determines the emergency proceeding should be conducted and decided by the investigative committee.
This is Mandy. I'll make that motion.
This is Juliana. I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say yes.
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 Opposed say no. Any abstentions? That motion carries.
What's the motion number for the next one?
The next one is 36, so the one we just finished up was 35.
Okay, the next one says, subject to motion number 35 regarding delegation to the board president, I move that if the president is not available to act as described in motion number 35, the vice president of the board is so designated and delegated to act as described in motion 35.
This is Rebecca. I so move.
This is Andrea. I second.
Motion is second. Any discussion? All in favor say yes.
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 Opposed say no. Any abstentions? That motion carries.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, okay, yeah. And then I'll take the next one.
Okay, we're ready for the next one.
We're trying to get it together here, Patsy.
Okay. We're all hanging in there.
This one's like a page long. Okay, so settle in. I move that the board designate and delegate to the chair of the investigative committee the board's authority to, number one, issue to an applicant meeting the qualifications and requirements of the Kansas Nurse Practice Act and the Nurse Licensure Compact Act any license, certificate of qualification, or authorization to practice nursing. Number two, conduct hearings, enter into settlements, and issue decisions regarding the assessment of fines pursuant to KSA 74-1110 and amendments thereto involving an allegation that a person who submitted an initial, renewal, endorsement, or reinstatement application for any license, certificate of qualification, or authorization to practice nursing has violated or not complied with the Kansas Nurse Practice Act or regulations adopted thereunder. Number 3, make a reasonable grounds determination pursuant to KSA 65-1120 small b and amendments thereto regarding applications that are being investigated or have been investigated for any alleged violation of or compliance with the Kansas Nurse Practice Act or regulations promulgated thereunder by the board. And number 4, act as presiding officer pursuant to KSA 2018 sub 77-514 small g and 77-551 small a and small c and amendments thereto of the Kansas Administrative Procedures Act to review, decide, and issue any orders on matters involving all applications, whether initial, renewal, endorsement, or reinstatement for any license, certificate of qualification, or authorization to practice nursing that have been investigated for any alleged violation of or compliance with the Kansas Nurse Practice Act or regulations adopted thereunder. Such delegation includes, but is not limited to, sending warning or reprimand letters, entering into settlement agreements, conducting CAPA proceedings and hearings, issuing pre-hearing orders, issuing initial orders denying or imposing limitations on any license, certificate, or authorization to practice nursing under the Kansas Nurse Practice Act, and taking any other action related thereto, unless the president determines the matter should be sent to the Office of Administrative Hearings for further proceedings or considered and decided by the investigative committee.
This is Juliana, and I'll make that motion.
This is Mandy. I'll second.
So the motion and a second, any discussion? Everyone in favor say yes.
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 Anyone opposed say no. Any abstentions? That motion carries.
So, subject to motion number 37 regarding delegation to the Chair of Investigative Committee, I move that if the chair is not available, the vice chair of the investigative committee is so designated and delegated to act as described in number 37.
This is Patsy. I so move.
This is Rebecca. I'll second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Everyone in favor say yes.
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 Okay,
Anyone opposed say no.
that's in there.
No, I think it's actually 37. I think it relates back to this long one.
Is it?
Any abstentions? That motion carries.
Okay, thank you. We have to know which motion number we're on. That's part of the problem here. Okay. Subject to motion number 37 regarding delegation of applications and motion number 37 regarding delegation of emergency proceedings, I move that the board designate and delegate to the investigative committee its authority to, number 1, conduct hearings, enter into settlements, and issue decisions regarding the assessment of fines pursuant to KSA 74-1110 and amendments thereto, involving an allegation that a person who was granted a license, certificate of qualification, or authorization to practice nursing has violated or not complied with the Kansas Nurse Practice Act and or regulations adopted thereunder. Number 2, make a reasonable grounds determination pursuant to KSA 65-1120 small b and amendments thereto of the Kansas Nurse Practice Act regarding persons who were granted a license, certificate of qualification, or authorization to practice nursing and are being investigated or have been investigated for any alleged violation of or compliance with the Kansas Nurse Practice Act or regulations adopted thereunder. And number 3, act as presiding officer pursuant to KSA 2018 sub 77-514 small g and 77-551, small a and small c, and amendments thereto of the Kansas Administrative Procedures Act to review, decide, and issue any orders on all matters that have been investigated for any alleged violation of or compliance with the Kansas Nurse Practice Act or regulations adopted thereunder. Such delegation includes but is not limited to sending warnings or reprimand letters, entering into settlement agreements, conducting reviews, proceedings, and hearings, issuing pre-hearing orders, issuing initial orders that censure, revoke, limit, or suspend any license, certificate, or authorization to practice nursing under the Kansas Nurse Practice Act, and taking any action related thereto, unless the investigative committee determines that the matter should be sent to the Office of Administrative Hearings for conducting further proceedings and issuing an initial order or considered and decided by the board.
This is Patsy and I so move.
This is Mandy, I'll second.
So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Everyone in favor say yes.
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 Anyone opposed, say no. Any abstentions? The motion carries. So everyone is asking themselves right now, why would you want to be the chair of the investigative? That's a big job. You're right. We're all right.
It's a big job.
Okay, Carol, are we ready for the next new business?
We are. That was all of those motions. Thank you for your patience.
The next thing is election of officers. Every September, we elect officers for the executive team. That's president and vice president and secretary. Carol, you want to help us out with the details of that?
Sure. Actually, in your iPad, under new business, you will find the officer information from the articles. In case you're kind of unclear what all the responsibilities are for the president, vice president, and secretary, I put that in there. And then you just also have to kind of consider that there are some people that will be going off that you probably, we have to, if there's, of course, if the president would be one of them that went off, we would have the vice president to back them up. But so you just kind of have to think of that too as you go through this. But all of those responsibilities and everything is in this one document that I put in there since there's several new board members.
So one of the things that happens here is that our term on the board that we're appointed to ends in June. This election is in September. So that's some of the difficulty if we have somebody that is going off in June to fulfill that whole piece for the whole year to do that. So Carol, are we ready for nominations for those positions?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess let's start with the presidency.
This is Mandy. I nominate Patricia Zeller for another term as president.
This is Carol Bragdon, I second.
So I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I'll jump in there. It's been a great year. I've learned a lot. And yes, I'm willing to serve another year here. My term will end June of 22. So I would like to do that for another year if that works. So any other discussion? Okay, so motion and a second. Everyone in favor say yes.
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 Opposed, say no. I don't know if I'm supposed to abstain or not, but we can put that on the books if we need to. So I guess that motion carries. So we'll see what we can do for this next year. Thanks for that confidence, right? Okay, let's go to vice president. We need a nomination for that. There can be more than one nomination if somebody feels like they need to do that. Carol Bragdon has been the vice president this last year. And I explained about the difference between the term and the end. So just keep that in mind. Any nominations?
Carol Bragdon, I would recommend Rebecca Sanders.
This is Patsy. I would second that. So a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Becky, this is your chance to say something here.
I'm fine.
Okay. Any other discussion? We'll go to a vote. Everyone in favor say yes.
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 Anyone opposed say no. Any abstentions?
I will.
Okay, Becky abstains. That motion carries. Let's, I guess we'll move to the next one. And that would be secretary. That, I've done that in the past. That's not too bad. You have to help sign the minutes of the meetings. There might be some other things that someone might ask you to help with, especially with the executive board. We've had a little bit of that this year where we have had to meet the executive board on some special issues and kind of get some guidance going with COVID changing every, 12 and a half hours or something, or hourly. We've met a few times. In fact, we had some regular meetings set up for a while because it just took that to keep this going. Everybody's really good about making that a priority for us so that we can move those things along. So that would be something that the secretary might be looking at if they wanted to do. So I'm open for nomination for the secretary position.
This is Carol Bragdon again. I would recommend Juliana Reshek, please.
I will second that.
Any discussion? Okay, everyone in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Any abstentions?
All abstain. Patsy?
Okay, that motion carries. So I guess we have the executive together. Anything else you need, Carol Moreland?
No, I was just going to tell everyone that how the committee selection is done for next year. That would be effective starting in December. That's why you sent all of your, the ones that you thought you wanted to do, like first, second, third, fourth, and fifth to Jill. Actually, the president and vice president, which would be Patsy and Becky, and we'll meet with Jill and I, and they determine who's going to be on what committee. So we'll do that in the coming next few weeks, something like that, and get the information out to you so that you know what committee you will be on. But I can already tell you Jade will be on investigative. She's learning it so well, we don't. So I just kind of wanted to let you know, that's why we had you fill out those forms, and that's kind of the process that will take place. So we will get in touch with you within the next few weeks about that.
The other piece of that too, we do this every September. So if we happen to put you on a committee or a team that just doesn't fit, we can always make some adjustment if you would just let us know that you want to try something different. We can see what we can do. We just make our best guess with your requests that you've sent in. So we'll go from there. So thanks for that. Okay, I'm going to keep just stomping through the rest of the agenda here. The added pieces that we had was a decision about December 2020 meeting. I think the questions were, do we want to plan on now that we'll do this again virtually for December? Or did we want to try to meet face to face? As you already heard from Adrian, or somewhere in the passing, National Council has pretty much shut off all of their travel through the end of the year. I think some things may try to start up later in the beginning of next year, if that works. But we kind of needed, it would make it easier on the agency and the group if we had some idea right now, if we could make a commitment what we wanted to do. So any discussion about that?
I know yesterday we discussed in Education Committee that we thought that Zoom would work best for everybody.
No. After I talked to Carol Moreland after that meeting, that committee meeting, I don't really think our little education committee can really make that decision for us. It really needs to be the board. So that's why we have it back on here again. Maybe we could comply with that. Any other conversation about that?
Well, especially since we're going to have a combination issue with flu this fall that we're entering that we don't know yet what that's going to look like. So I'm in favor of Zoom.
I'm in favor of Zoom. I think that this fall and winter are going to be very hectic for some of us.
Yeah.
Carol Moreland, do we need a motion or can we just general consensus? That's what we want to do.
You can just direct the staff to plan, that you want to do it by Zoom. So I guess the question I have is, do you want all the committee meetings by Zoom like we did this time? Because the only one that was not Zoom was finance and it was conference call.
Well, I don't know, for me, for the education committee, Zoom worked pretty good. It's kind of like this team. We have a lot of people usually on the session and the conference calls are a little hard to hear sometimes. So Zoom would work for education. That's my opinion.
Zoom would definitely work for the practice IB committee as well.
I felt like finance went okay on conference call. Carol Bragdon?
I agree. It's a short meeting and I think it would take longer to get the Zoom set up than we would meet. And it's not one where there's a lot of people involved. So I think it could stay conference and leave all the other committees Zoom. It seemed to work well this time.
I don't know.
Adrian,
Are you wanting to say anything or?
Adrian, yes,
Oh,
anything?
Just if we agree that this, or you guys agree that it's going to be held this way, we'll probably start setting up the meetings now. So you'll start to get the notifications. We of course will let you know closer to time, but as we set them up, you'll be notified automatically. So just kind of let you know, you may start to receive if that's the wish of the board.
Okay, thank you for that. Becky, did you have something with investigation?
Adrian, is it going to work okay in December if we have to spill over into Tuesday with scheduling a Zoom meeting? Is it going to be okay?
Thank you for bringing that up. That is one subject that we're going to need to discuss. We could do it the way that we did this time, but it was really crunching because we only have licenses for this webinar for one user. And so when I say webinar is like a board meeting where you have an audience and the board. A Zoom meeting is really kind of like a staff meeting where everybody's at, and we're only licensed for one webinar at a time. And so it's a little bit more costly, but if it worked the way that we did it this time, we could adjust and go the same way and move forward from that if you think it worked okay.
It worked on our end. I thank you for
Okay.
scrambling at the last minute and making it work on your end.
No worries. But we're here.
Okay, so it sounds like general consensus that we'll do virtually kind of the same way we did this time, same formats. Carol? Okay.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, the next event we have is 2064, that executive order. Have we already covered that?
Yeah, I think we've covered that because I didn't realize we had to come out and make the motions right after the executive session.
Okay.
We've got that one covered.
Okay, and then the last one I have on my short paper is guidance about the temporary change for nursing programs education. I think that was just about whether we're doing curriculum change. Carol Moreland, you want to speak to that also?
Well, I believe it had to do if for some reason they're not able to do clinical or they get kind of pushed out of clinical sites, if they have to make some temporary changes, how do they have to notify the board? Do they just send us, a letter saying these are the temporary changes that we had to make for this semester? Are you wanting them to do a curriculum change? Kind of what kind of information are you needing from them, knowing that this might happen again this fall, that they're, if everything hits and they're not able to go to clinical sites? I believe that was it. Was that it, Janelle? Are you?
Yes, that's the discussion that was happening. And I do think the question about clinical and clinical hours, but we've kind of gone along with what the regs currently say. So I think we're okay there as long as they just need to know more about when they need to notify us officially by curriculum change.
Just a little bit about accreditation to follow, kind of maybe to reflect some of that pattern, is that they're asking that if by December you have decided that you are going to adopt some of those changes, then you need to let them know, and it needs to go through the substantive change, which is how ASIN writes it, and that you have to do the documentation to say that you're going to change with that mode of delivery. That's not really exact verbiage, but that's the gist of it. And so that was the questions from the group was, when do we have to notify you? Some people would just like keep floating down the river like it's not happening. And then whenever it stops, then we'll decide. But ASIN, that accrediting agency, put a limit. I'm pretty sure it's December. By that time, you are to make a decision one way or the other. So, my suggestion would be maybe to follow that. We've asked for a letter. If you're doing something temporarily, then that would go to Janelle just so she has something record on the books. And none of us have a crystal ball that has enough batteries in it to see what January or the spring is going to bring. So I think we're all going to have to make that choice later on this fall. For around our area here in Southwest Kansas, the situation is a lot different this go round than it was last spring. So we're having the experience other people had that we didn't even talk about in our area. So what does the group feel? Are they okay with us doing the same thing and letting people know about the temporary change just to Janelle? And if it gets to be something more than that, then they need to follow our procedures and do a curriculum change.
I like that idea, Patsy.
Okay.
It's just so, I don't know how they're surviving when this is totally out of anybody's control. And you don't know, it could be tomorrow, and that they're notified quickly, suddenly they can't get in.
I'll tell you how we're doing it day by day, moment by moment. I have my phone on super dial because when they're in clinicals, you never know what you're gonna.
Right.
I don't need to take time for the board, but it's intense. It is. In every school, I know when Cadney met this Monday, and KCP&E also, the ADN programs and the PN programs, and there's some places that are down to one clinical site right now that somebody will let them in, and that's it.
Wow.
So Janelle's correct. We're trying to follow what the regulation says, and it says you must have some live clinical. And so it doesn't give a percent, doesn't give a number, but so we have to mandate that and hope for the best. So okay, it looks like we've got our direction there. Are we good with that? Okay, anything else? That's all I had on my list. Agenda for December. Anything we need to put on there? The follow-up reports, I think, from what we've narrated through the minutes. Anything else that somebody needs on the agenda? Hearing none, then I guess we're ready for the last motion. Jill, are you ready?
Yes. I move to adjourn.
This is Mandy. I'll make that motion.
This is Juliana. I'll second.
Yeah.
Okay. Any discussion? All in favor, say yes.
Yes. Yes.
Opposed, say no. Okay, that motion carries. I want to just say one more time, thank you very much for all your help here. I know this is long and laborious. I promise not every board meeting will be this long, and some will be longer. I thank you for your time, though. Anything else? Adrienne, do you have anything else we need?
We're good. Great to meet everyone.
Thanks for your help.
Thank you.